was an effective Kiddush. It works. It works for Kiddush, which means everyone that's there has fulfilled their obligation of Kiddush, including the one that made the Kiddush and all the listeners. So everyone fulfilled their Kiddush and everything's okay. They don't have to do Kiddush anymore. That's Rav's opinion. Shmuel disagrees. Shmuel says that this Kiddush was not an effective Kiddush for everyone. Not for the one that's making Kiddush, and not for the listeners. Why is this not effective? So here Shmuel says there's a principle which says, Ein Kiddush Ella B'mokim Suda. Kiddush only works in the place of the Suda. But a Kiddush which is not together with the Suda is not a Kiddush. So here you have the shul, Friday night, after Ma'alav, the Shlich Tzibor is making Kiddush. Who's eating over there? No one's eating. The guy who's making the Kiddush has a family, he's going home. So he's making Kiddush. Was he Yoitza Kiddush? No, he was not. Are the listeners Yoitza? No, they're not. So what's the point of the Kiddush? So that's what the Gemara asks in Kufal from Aleph. According to Shmuel, what's the point of the Kiddush in Shul? Why are they making Kiddush in Shul? Now, before we speak about Shmuel, what about the Rav? According to Rav, why are we making Kiddush in Shul? Rav says it's an effective Kiddush because Rav disputes this halacha. He says Kiddush doesn't have to be in the place where you eat the meal. You can make Kiddush in one place, in Shul, and eat the meal at home. And you don't have to make Kiddush over there. The Kiddush is an effective Kiddush. Because according to Rav, you don't need to make Kiddush in the place of a Suda. So according to Rav, why are they making Kiddush in Shul? Well, the answer should be simple. Because you're Yoitza Kiddush. It's a simple answer. No one has to make Kiddush. The problem is that everyone agrees that the custom was after Shul, you came home. And when you came home, you made Kiddush again. So on one hand, according to Rav, you were Yotzi, you fulfilled your obligation in Shul, but you come home, you're going to make Kiddush again. Why are you making Kiddush again if you're already Yotzi? So the Gemara says that the guy that went to Shul, he's Yotzi. What about his family? What about his wife, his children? What about them? They weren't Yotzi. So the guy that davened in Shul, he heard the Shlich Tzibur make Kiddush, he was Yotzi. He fulfilled his obligation. He goes home, what about his family? So for the sake of Shalom Bayis, of the family, he's going to make Kiddush for the family. He doesn't need the Kiddush. So then the question is, if he's going to make Kiddush anyway, when he goes home, both the Shlich Tzibur and the listeners, when they go home, they're going to make Kiddush. So why would you make Kiddush in Shul according to Rav, if you're anyway going to make Kiddush? So that's what the Gemara asks on Rav, why are you making Kiddush? What does the Gemara say? Huh?
The singles.
For
the singles, the guys that don't have a wife or kids.
Oh, that's right. That's what Taisa explains. That's right. So according to Rav, when you're in Shul, it's a Kiddush. You fulfill your obligation. Why are you making Shul? Why are you making Kiddush in Shul? Because there are some people that don't have a family. They're going to go home. There's no family there. They're not married. They don't have any children. No family. So when they're in Shul, they're going to hear Kiddush. They're Yotze Kiddush. They're going to come home. What are they going to do? They're going to eat the meal. Will they make Kiddush for what? They were Yotze Kiddush already. Kiddush is not the Mokum Sud according to Rav. So according to Rav, we understand why you make Kiddush in Shul and why some people will make Kiddush when they come back home if there's a family. But according to Shmuel, in Shul you're not Yotze because you're not eating a meal. So when you're going to come home, you're going to have to make Kiddush anyway. So why is there Kiddush in Shul? So the Gemara says, according to Shmuel, the Kiddush in Shul is for the sake of guests. It was a common feature in those days. There was poverty, people traveled, and they didn't always have hotels, and they couldn't afford paying hotels. So there were many people that would be traveling, they would stay in Shul, that's where they would stay, they would sleep there. And if they were lucky, there was food there. The community provided food. So there were people in the shul that have food. They're going to sleep over there. They're going to eat a suda over there. But there's no wine. Wine costs a lot of money. There's no wine. So that's why the shliach tzibur, who's not a guest, he's going to go home and make kiddush again. But in shul, he's going to go make kiddush for all the guests. So he makes kiddush for the guests. The guests are going to wash, they're going to eat a suda, and they're makayim the mitzvah. But for the rest of the community, they don't gain anything from this kiddush. They're going to go back home and make kiddush again. That's what the Gemara explains. Okay, so this minhag is not a controversial minhag at this point. It makes a lot of sense, both according to Rav and according to Shmuel. Everything seems to be smooth. However, over the centuries, things changed. By the time we got to the times of the Rishonim, so there were many communities where there were no guests. It became like more common that there were no guests. On Friday nights, for Shabbos, for the weekdays, there weren't any guests. So in the times of the Gemara, it was much more common. Any shul you went to, what do you expect? There's going to be paupers, there's poverty, and they're going to need a kiddush. So therefore, they make kiddush in shul. But by the time you reach the time of the Rishonim, hundreds of years later, sometimes in some shuls there were guests, poor guests, but there were many shuls where there were no guests. So now the question is, in those shuls where there are no guests, do you still make kiddush? It would seem that there's absolutely no reason to make kiddush according to Shmuel, which is the halacha. Taisus explains that the halacha is like Shmuel, Enkish Mokum Suda. That's the final ruling, in Shulchan Aruch it's that way. So in those communities where there are no guests, it seems there's no point in making kiddush. Not only is there no point in making kiddush, if someone does make kiddush, it's a bracha levatala. He's mentioning Hashem's name, he's saying a bracha in vain. So it should be absolutely also to make kiddush in a place where there's no guest. And that's what Tiferes says. Tiferes says, do not make kiddush if there's no guest. The problem is, Tiferes said that, and he's not the only one that said that. But there were many communities that they did recite kiddush, even when there were no guests. Despite what Tiferes said and what other Rishonim said, it was a widespread custom to make kiddush Friday night with or without guests. And that turned into a big tumult, a big commotion. Tiferes and others were very harsh by saying it's a bracha levatala. But many communities did it anyway. They did do kiddush. So what do you do now? So there were many Rishonim that went to defend those communities. So we see, for example, the tool which you have on your sheet in Risa Machtes. He records this minute the way he says it is. How does he start in Risa Machtes? V'noyagin, and how many communities does he say? How common is this? What does the tool say? V'noyagin b'chol ha'mekaymes. In every place, in all places, the minhag is that they make kiddush and shul, whether there are guests or there are no guests. This was a common minhag. The tool was after Tiferes. And after many Rishonim condemned this minhag. But the Torah says, let's look at life. In Jewish life, in Bechol HaMekamis, they do make Kiddush. And then he says, Vani Tameya, I don't understand this. How did this minhag spread? Now the Torah is very careful. He doesn't use the strong, harsh language of Tiferes. Tiferes was clear, it's a bracha levatala, it's a sin. And according to the Rambam in Tisur D'Orais, it's mamish a sin. The Torah is more softer. And if you look at the last line of that side, he says, Kolev hadava li'is bracha levatala. What does Kolev hadava mean? It's like almost a bracha levatol. You heard that word? Almost. Kol levadovo. Instead of lashing out, it is a bracha levatol, it's kol. Why is he saying that? Because there are many minhagim that Orthodox Jews do, and you might disagree with it, but you can't just take a minhag of Yidden and claim they are sinners. It doesn't work that way. If Yidden do that, there must be a source. There must be some reasoning. So the Torah doesn't want to go say that in all shuls you're all doing about you're all sinners. You don't want to do that. But he says, I don't like it. So it's almost bracha. And at the end he says, you don't have this part, at the end he says, if it would be up to me, I would stop it. So if I would have enough strength, I would stop it. But he didn't stop it. Why not? Because the fact is people did that. So he was trying to discourage it, but he didn't come out so strong as Tiferes and others and say it's a bracha l'Torah. It's almost bracha l'Torah. He tried to stop it unsuccessfully. The shuls continue doing it. Okay, so in defense of this minhag, there's different defenses. Tiferes himself brings from the Troy Gon, and the Torah brings. There's different defenses, but all those defenses are basically dismissed. But there's one powerful defense which is from the Ram, which the Beis Yosef quotes and the Bach quotes. A defense from the Ram. The Ram defends his minhag, and he says it's not a bracha levatol. It's okay to do it. No reason to stop. What's the defense of the Ram? So he says it's a takana. It's a takanas chachamim. The chachamim made a ruling that in shuls you should make kiddush Friday night. Once they made a ruling, how dare anyone say it's a bracha levatol? It's a sin. The chachamim instituted that in shuls you should make kiddush Friday night. That's the Ram's position. And to back up his point, he says like this. He says there are many takanas, many rules of the chachamim, which have a reason. They have a basis. But what do you do if that reason disappears? Is the ruling still intact? So we find many cases where the chachamim made a ruling for a reason. The reason goes away, and what happens to the ruling? It's still intact. It's still there. One example he gives is something we do on Friday night in shul. After Shmoyne Esrei, Friday night, so there's a blessing that the Chazan says, which is one bracha, the bracha of Mogen, Kaddish Shabbos. He says a bracha. And what's that bracha about? Why is the Chazan saying the bracha Friday night? Which bracha is this? How does it start? Oh, we have some chazonim in it. Okay, it starts. Bo chadash uvima kenoseno ki Avram tzedek shminesra. It ends Moshe Mekadosh Shabbos. In the middle, the congregation says, mumble some words, Mogin Habayis. Okay, so now this smells like Chazoros Hashatz of a regular Shemini Esrei. You know, you have Shemini Esrei, the Chazan repeats the Shemini Esrei. But here, it's a shortcut. Instead of repeating all Shemini Esrei, you do it with one bracha. So why do you do it Friday night? Why don't you do it every month? Every month, have a short version. Okay, people are tired of a short version of Chazoros Hashatz. So the Gemara gives an interesting answer. It's a little bit spooky, but it's an interesting answer. Gemara says that in the olden days, the shuls were located outside the city. And outside the city, there's something called mazikim. I don't know how to say it in English. That's bad stuff. Huh? Oh, okay, good. All right. Now, the way, there's halachas how they work, these mazikim. If you go with it together with a group, you're safe. But if you go as an individual, oy vey, you better say Shema. There's a problem. Now, people would come Friday night to shul. They couldn't come during the week. On Friday night they came. And they were latecomers. They came late to shul Friday night. So everyone finished davening. Everyone's going back home. And there's latecomers, 1 or 2 or whatever, they're still davening. By the time they finish davening, they look around, there's no one there. They walk home, and it's dangerous. There's mazikim. So the Chachamim were concerned to shield and guard those individual Yidden who are staying later Friday night. It's dangerous. So the Chachamim instituted a delay tactic. People shouldn't go home right away. There's a delay tactic. What's the delay tactic? The Shliach Tzibur says over the bracha, especially if he does it with chazanas, so it takes longer. It's another couple of minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is. Depends how good the chazan is. By the time he's finished, that individual finished davening, and then he goes home with everyone, and everyone is safe. So that's why we have this bracha Friday night. So now the question is, nowadays, the location of the shuls is not outside the cities. Shuls nowadays are inside the cities. So there's no real danger. So do we continue saying this bracha? The answer is yes, everyone says this bracha. Why? The reason for the bracha doesn't exist anymore. The answer is true, it doesn't exist. But once the Chachamim made a takana, even if the reasoning disappears, the takana is maintained. So therefore we do say it. So comes the Ran and he says, likewise, when it comes to Kiddush in Shul, he says it's the same exact thing. There used to be a reason why they made Kiddush in Shul. What was the reason? For whom? For the guest. There was guests, so they had to make Kiddush for them. But in many communities, there are no guests by the time you got to the Rishonim. So maybe you should stop making Kiddush. The Ran says, no, why should you stop? They made a takana. Even though the reason is not there, the takana is there. The takana is maintained. So therefore, you continue making Kiddush. That's the defense the Ran has to this minhag. And this defense of the Ran is what Alter Rebbe brings down in Shulchan Aruch, which you find in the last paper. Alter Rebbe brings this minhag of saying Kiddush in Tov Samach Tes. So Alter Rebbe says there's this minhag that you say Kiddush in Shul. And Alter Rebbe Sif Beis says nowadays we also have it. Why do we also have it? So the first line of Reis Samach Tes and Aleph is, how does Alter Rebbe start? Chachamim harishonim tiknu lekadish l'hem v'zekneses. It's a takana which the Chachamim made. And in Sif Beis, Alter Rebbe says, even though nowadays there's no guests in Shul, so why are you still doing Kiddush? So Alter Rebbe brings the Ran. It's the Konas Chachamim. And it's not the bottle that the Konas Chachamim is maintained. Even though the reason is not here. And he gives the example of main Zayin of the Friday night main Zayin, which the Chazan says after Shemoneh Esrei. So Alter Rebbe brings this Ran to legitimize this minhag. So in those shuls where they say Kiddush and there's no guest, so the Tiferes is vehemently opposed to it. The Tur is very unhappy with that. But the Ran defends it, and Alter Rebbe brings the Ran. And Alter Rebbe says, in Sif Beis, in many communities, that's the minhag to do Kiddush Friday night. Even though there are many communities where they stopped doing Kiddush Friday night, because Tiferes and others were vehemently opposed. That's true, some stopped. But some didn't stop. So if you stopped, don't. If you didn't stop, should you stop? Alter Rebbe says absolutely not. Don't stop. Don't be a mevatel a minute, because the main halacha is kisvarishin like the Ran. We pass like the Ran. So once there was a takana to do the the Kiddush Friday night, I don't care if the reason's not there. You continue doing Kiddush. That's how the Alter Rebbe paskins. Then he takes it further, taken from, he says, brings the Ashba. He records a minute that they were Gedoyle Hadoyle. They were Jewish leaders that would go out of the way to buy the wine of Kiddush of Shul Friday night. And people buy, he says, Alter Rebbe says, B'domim Yikolim. They spend a lot of money. How much is a bottle of wine nowadays? A good bottle of wine, I don't know, how much is it? 18, fine, okay. Okay. But there was an auction. They had an auction, huh? So they had an auction. Who would have this chus to buy the $18 bottle of wine? Or I see some of you upset. Okay, $100 wine. Okay, whatever it is. Who would have this chus to buy it? So it was like a big chus to buy the wine of the shul Friday night. And then the Alter Rebbe finishes off, don't be mevatel this minute, because it has foundations. There's foundations for that. So in America, if you go back like 50 years ago, before that, even after that, almost every shul in the United States had a kiddush after Ma'ariv on Friday night. Almost every shul. Where did they get this from? From Europe. They came from Europe, and almost every shul in Europe had kiddush Friday night. They came to America, they maintained that minhag. And the Alter Rebbe validates this minhag. So if you find a shul that has a minhag, you don't have to stop it, because Alter Rebbe validates it. In Lubavitch, it's not our custom, for the most part. Even though there's some Chabad houses, they are worried about people that won't hear Kiddush. Some Chabad houses, they do it. But if they do it in Chabad houses, they do it differently. The one who makes Kiddush makes sure to eat a sud, eat something, to avoid all these shilas.
Suggest something like that by giving it to the
Okay, that's another shilah. Shilah is the guy, the shliach tzibur, he's making Kiddush. Should he drink from the wine? That's another detail. Should he drink or not? So he shouldn't drink. So what do you do? That's where the Tanakh comes in. Okay, so this is the Ram, which we paskin like. Comes the Bach, that's on the left side of the Torah. Comes the Bach, he quotes this Ram, and he attacks the Ram without rachmanas. He launches an attack against this Ram, and he dismisses this Ram. What's his attack against the Ram? So that's the Bach. He first brings the Ram, this is the Kashali. He says, what kind of comparison are the two things? One is the bracha that the Chazan says Friday night, Mogin Avos. How do you compare that to Kiddush? There's no comparison. What's the Ram talking about? There's no comparison. Why is there no comparison? Because the bracha of after Shemin Esra of Mogin Avos, that bracha is clearly a Takanas Chachamim. That is a Takanas Chachamim. But Kiddush, Friday night in Shul, is not a Takanas Chachamim. Nowhere do we find there's such a Takana. No, the rabbis never got together and said, thou shalt do Kiddush Friday night. No such thing. But the bracha over here, that is recorded. There is a Takana. And by the way, a similar thing to the bracha of Mogin Avos is every time Chazoros Hashatz, every time the Chazan repeats Shmoy Nesrei, what's the origin of that takana? Where did it come from? Because in the olden days, they didn't have Sidurim. And there were some people that knew Shmoy Nesrei by heart. There were many people that didn't know Shmoy Nesrei. But there's a mitzvah to daven. They couldn't be yotzim. The Chacham said, after Shmoy Nesrei, for those who know it, the Chazan will repeat it, and through his Shmoy Nesrei, he's moitzing that everyone else fulfills their obligation. That's the source. That's why we always repeat Shmoy Nesrei. Because of the Eina Bakim, those who don't know how to say Shmoy Nesrei. That's the source. So the same question we have, in those days, you had people that didn't know how to read. Nowadays you have printed Siddurim, and you could daven in Hebrew and English, any language you want. It's all printed. So why do we still do Chazal Hashan's? For whom? There's no reason for it. So the answer is it's true, there's no reason. Then why do we do it? Because once the Chachamim made the rule, the takana, even if the reason goes away, you still maintain it. So saying Shmini Esrei again is a takana. Saying Mogen is Friday night is the ruling of the Chacham, it's a takana. But Kiddush Friday night, there's no such takana. That's what the Bach lashes out on the Ran. And more specifically, he says, let's break it up between Shmuel and Rav. How Rav views the Kiddush in Shul and how Shmuel views it. She says like this, according to Rav, when you do Kiddush in Shul, there's no question that there was no Takanas Chachamim. Chacham didn't institute anything. Because according to Rav, Kiddush doesn't need Mokum Suda. And people go home, they're going to make Kiddush anyway. So you make Kiddush in Shul for those who don't have a family. So that's clearly not a Takanas Chacham made. But he says from Rav, let's figure out according to Shmuel. According to Shmuel, maybe there is a takana for the guest. But he says we don't have a source that it's a takana, it's a ruling of the Chachamim. So it's not a takana, what's the Ran talking about? So again, the big question here is, why do we say Kiddush Friday nights in Shul, where they say it, when there's no guest? It seems to be a brachal baton. So the Ran responds by saying, it's the Chachamim Chachamim. They said you should do it. They said you should do it. It's not brachal baton. I'm just following the Chachamim said. The Bach questions that. He says, how do you know it's not Chachamim? There's no such takana. Now, from the fact that the Ran does say it's a takana, so it's very clear that the Ran will respond to the Bach and say, you're saying there's no takana. I say there is a takana. There are arguing if there was a takana or not. By the Bach, it's clear there was no takana. By the Ran, there was a takana. So what are we arguing about? There wasn't. What's the sides, one way or the other? Okay. Now, there is a chakira. There's a discussion amongst the achronim how to chew on the din of Kiddush b'mokum suda. The halacha is ein Kiddush b'suda. How do you understand that din? The din is clear. The final halacha is if you make Kiddush without a suda, you aren't yet to Kiddush. That's for sure the halacha, like Shmuel. But the logic behind it, what does it mean that you weren't mekayim the mitzvah of Kiddush? So over here you could split the hair and you could dissect it in different ways. It sounds almost the same, but it's very different. There's one approach that says that one of the rules of Kiddush is it needs b'mokum suda. That's one of the rules. It's a condition. But how do you understand this condition? Is it vital to Kiddush, or it's an external part of Kiddush? Meaning, if it's vital to Kiddush, if you didn't have a Suda by Kiddush, you have no Kiddush. Kiddush was never recited. Kiddush has a requirement of Suda. So in Suda, there was no Kiddush said. If someone would say Kiddush on water, so what's missing? Is it missing a detail of Kiddush? The whole Kiddush is not there. You're not making moments of Kiddush. So just like if you do Kiddush with water, or just like a cotton or a cheresh, a shoitem, someone that's invalid make Kiddush, it's considered there's no Kiddush here. So likewise, if you make Kiddush not when you're going to eat the Suda, there was no Kiddush here. Nothing happened. That's one way of looking at it. What's the other way of looking at it? If you make Kiddush, Shloim Mokum Suda, now we're eating, there is a Kiddush here. It's a valid, the Kiddush is a Kiddush. But there's a side external condition that says, well, did you eat the Suda there? You didn't eat the Suda there, so you haven't fulfilled your obligation. But you haven't fulfilled your obligation. The Kiddush was a Kiddush. It's not that there was no Kiddush here, there was a Kiddush. You just haven't fulfilled your obligation. So there's two ways of looking at it. Kiddush Suda means if you don't have a Suda, there's no Kiddush, zero Kiddush. The other way is there's a Kiddush. You just didn't fulfill your obligation. Hold on. We're almost, I want to get the point across. We'll have questions afterwards, okay? Okay, now, in Tiferes, there was a struggle. Tiferes had a struggle. If someone, the guy that, the Shtich Tzibur, is making Kiddush in Shul, he's going back home and he's going to eat at home. In Shul, he's not eating anything. So he's doing Kiddush for the guests, for the poor people. But he himself is not eating. So Tiferes starts wondering, he says, why should such a Kiddush work? Why should Kiddush work if you yourself, the Shlich Tzibur, is not fulfilling the obligation? So why would this Kiddush be valid for the poor people? It's true, they're eating over there. For them, it's Mokum Suda. But the guy that's making the Kiddush for him, it's not Mokum Suda. So how could his Kiddush be valid for them? That's an issue which Tiferes brings up. And Tiferes defends and he says, no, it's okay, it's true, he doesn't fulfill his obligation. That's true. But the others fulfill the obligation, so it works out. That's what Tiferes says. But it's not so simple. This statement of Tiferes, which Tiferes is trying to build up and he's trying to support it and he's proving it, not everyone would agree to Tiferes. It's not such a simple thing. There's grounds to say that if you don't fulfill your obligation through the Kiddush, because you're not eating the meal there, the Kiddush won't work for others. Now, let's just go through the logic a little bit. Imagine it's Rosh Hashanah, and you want to blow shofar for other people. Mitzvah shofar. You maybe did the mitzvah already, or you're going to do the mitzvah later. So you're going to blow the shofar for them. What about a bracha? So you could say bracha for them, at least if it's men. So you're going to say bracha for them. Even though you might have done the mitzvah already, but you could say bracha for them. Why? Why can you say bracha for them? You don't have the obligation, they have the obligation. So there's a reason for it. There's a very important reason. The reason is called avus. Avus means collective responsibility. Kol Yisrael arevim zeh v'zeh. All Yidden are responsible for each other. So if you're blowing the shofar for someone else who didn't hear the shofar, you're obligated, not just that you should hear the shofar. You have an obligation that the other Yid should hear the shofar. And he has to have a bracha also. So you're obligated that he should hear the shofar with a bracha. So when you're saying a bracha, you're doing it for yourself. Because you're obligated that he should do the shofar. That's called avos, collective responsibility. Kol Yisrael arevim zeh v'zeh. If another Yid didn't put on tefillin, so every Yid is responsible, not just that I should put on tefillin, every Yid is responsible that every Yid should put on tefillin. So if he doesn't know the bracha, you could say the bracha for him. Some people think that mitzvah tefillin is a Lubavitcher thing. It's not a Lubavitcher thing, it's a Shulchan Aruch thing. In Shulchan Aruch it says that every Yid is responsible, that every other Yid should put on tefillin. And because of that, you could say a bracha for the other guy, by shofar, by tefillin, and everything. It's just plain Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch is not plain, it's holy. It's holy Shulchan Aruch. Oh, but here's a catch. The catch is that if I'm going to blow the shofar for someone else, I did the mitzvah already, or I didn't do the mitzvah yet. I could do the mitzvah later on. 770, people went on Mitzvayim for shofar. But the Rebbe is going to blow the shofar on Rosh Hashanah. So everyone wanted to be yoitzer from the Rebbe's shofar. But they did Mitzvayim afterwards, the afternoon, late afternoon. They did Mitzvayim before davening. So they blew shofar for the Yidden. But what were they thinking? Are they yoitzer? Are they coming to mitzvah? No, they're not coming to mitzvah because they want to hear the Rebbe's shofar. So whether it's before the shofar in the shul, whether it's afterwards, when you're blowing the shofar for someone, you're obligated they should do the shofar. But the only way it's going to work is if your shofar would have worked for you. If the shofar that you're blowing would have worked for you, it could work for you, even though you did the mitzvah already, or you're going to do it later. But it could work for you. Then it works for someone else also. But if the shofar you're blowing won't work for you for whatever reason, then it's not going to work for someone else. So getting back to our discussion about Kiddush, the guy is making Kiddush, the Shechtim and Kiddush Friday night. So now we have to start thinking. He's doing it for other people. But he's not eating a meal now. He's doing it for other people. So the Kiddush that he's saying, he himself will not be Mekayim the mitzvah. If he would want to do the mitzvah, he's not eating now. The Kiddush that he's making is such a Kiddush which won't work for him. If it won't work for him, it shouldn't work for anyone else. That's why Tosfos is struggling to figure this out. If the guy is making Kiddush for other people, but he's not doing the mitzvah, how can it work for other people? Maybe it should work for other people. So Tosfos' conclusion is that it does. But others disagreeing would say, no, it doesn't work for other people. It might not work for other people. It shouldn't work for other people. But if it does work for other people, because there's a takana, so there has to be an institution of a new takana, new ruling, that nonetheless, even though if you do it for yourself, it's not going to work. But in a shul for other people, you could do it. Because here the Chachamim said a new ruling. The system of this ruling is that you will do a Kiddush where you're not going to eat, but it's going to be a valid Kiddush. Without this rule, we would say that your Kiddush without a meal is not a Kiddush. It's not you're missing an external part. To begin with, it's not a Kiddush. There's no Kiddush, zero. Nothing happened. The Chachamim made a ruling, they said, it's a valid Kiddush, even though you're not fulfilling the mitzvah. The Kiddush itself has its own value in the shul because you're thinking about other people. So the Chachamim had to make a ruling in order to allow the Friday night Kiddush. Not when there's no guest. Even when there are guests, there has to be a ruling. Because without a ruling, it might be a bracha levatama. Because he's doing a Kiddush where he's not eating. So it's a Kiddush which doesn't work for him. It shouldn't work for others. Why it does work for others? Because it's the Kons Chachamim. That's where the Ran could be coming from. The Ran's position is there is a rule of Chachamim. Even when there are guests, you still need the ruling. So the Ran says, aha, so if there's no guest, you still have the ruling. Which is the final lach like the Ran, that you have a takana with or without guest. But those who oppose the Ran, they have a different approach. They say you don't need a ruling, because they say that if you eat Kiddush not in the place of Suda, that's an external din. The Kiddush is anyway a good Kiddush. It's a side din. It's not a big problem. So there's no new ruling concerning this. Therefore, Tosfos and others will say, don't do Kiddush in shul when there's no guest. Because there was never such a ruling like the Bach says. There was never such a ruling. So when you have the reason, you have the reason. When you don't have the reason, you don't have the reason. Okay, Hashem should help that there should be a big Kiddush Hashem, with the coming of Mashiach, big Kiddush Hashem, and the starting point of Mashiach is right here and right now, when we're doing Chanukas, Habayis. This is the beginning of a Kiddush Hashem, and the din is Kiddush is Mokum Suda, the Suda of Mashiach, so we should be Zecher the Suda of Mashiach, take it from Yad Mamish.
Who's going to give me the full Chazara?
A lady. Thank you, lady. Okay. First of all, welcome, and this is so exciting, and I don't know what to say except hooray. And we're going to have a Q&A panel now, but before we do that, we'll have a little bit of a Lebedeika music for a minute until we set this and get it started. The Rebbe says about a Chanukas Habayis that when you celebrate
that even though the Rebbe might be in heaven, but he certainly is very active in making sure to answer and bless every one of the Hasidim.
Auf dem Ziel von dem Tzadik Adel und Nossa Adel von dem brennenden Schwer, was Eimet und Meile Rachmim Rabbi und sehr das 10 Mariste soll haben Kol Atzrochim und Kol Oikane. Und ich frage noch, hat jeder nach sich hat die Kedi Holuja auf der Kabel sein darf es drauf ist. Du was macht für sich allein mit der Mond fliehen, hat der Ewig gesagt, hat jeder Rieden und auf alle Rieden mit der Hand Beseich Hom. Beseich ja für mich kann lehnen. Nur Beseich Hom in der Schone von jeder Rieden, so haben wir echt Kehlern von der Mitte der Kirche gelebt, der Mischkon gepschütte. Und danach echt der Besser Migdor Beitu bis Mane. Bis der noch mit Täler in der Weihe, hat jeder jüdische Huis wirklich eine Linie von einem jüdischen Jahr. Und der Ewigste sagt, auf jeder jüdische Huis hat die Schachante Beseich und Bedugner, wie sie lernen in jüdischer Kadosh von dem Beis Hamigdosh, als sie nach Techet jeder Jüd von seinem Huis bepasst ist, hat doch sein amigdischen Jahr, das mit Kamo, der alle Brach ist, der Hatzloch ist von der Lebenschaft, was mit Tieren Kola Brach ist. Noch ist dort mit Duber Kamo, Pomme, wieder innen ist in Brotim und Brotimplatte. Noch ist dort mit der Linie steht die Blogos, und das ist verbunden an der Macht Habayis, verbunden mit Lebenschaft, mit der Mondfrier, bis a Knesset, und bis a Tfilo, dort der Rot, und dort die noch mehr Misugo, und noch mehr Maseldik, und es kommt der Rot noch schneller. Der nebisches Broche, wie es kommt, es werden noch Nimscha, in jeder jüdische Huis Habayis Brot, wird das Nimscha von Habayis Ploni. Und das ist nicht verbunden, was mit der Monti, Basic Himmel Tamus. Aber Jid weiß zu sein, auf wie viel verkocht in der Sache.
The Rebbe explains that the way to receive blessing on high is by making sure that you have a dir b'tachtonim in your own life. And that's especially true when you're making a dir b'tachtonim in a house which is a general house. A house for everybody to learn and everyone to daven. When you make sure that this house is dedicated towards spreading light to the entire world, then Hashem also in turn makes sure to send brachas to you and thereby to the entire world. So Mazel Tov, and that's the Rebbe giving his word that for all eternity he'll be sending his brachas to us. Thank you for being here. With no further ado, we now have the Q&A session. We have our very own Rabbi Faden and Rabbi Brofman, and we also have Rabbi Eisenberg, Rabbi Wertheimer, and Rabbi Schmidt of the Chabad on Campus International Foundation. So we have some questions that have been prepared. And they were submitted. We'll just we'll do it in not any particular order, but I'll start with Rabbi Faden, who's closest to me. We are certainly encouraging that it can go off script. Should a person like to raise another question for our rabbis, who are both Hanhala members and rabbis, with pulpit rabbis, if you will. So the idea is to give an opportunity both to the Bachurim and to the alumni to present questions about life and Yiddishkeit that this forum makes possible. So the first question, this will be addressed to Rabbi Faden.
and I read. I have a very busy day. Then I come home and try to spend time with my wife and children. How am I supposed to put time into learning? What learning and what style of learning should be the ones I focus on? Yes, Rabbi Fagan.
First of all, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello? There we go. So first of all, I want to express our appreciation on behalf of the whole Hanhala for everyone coming today. It's so special when we see your faces walk through this door and see all these old, wow, it's just so special for us. And we know that you came from literally from all over the place, took planes, trains, automobiles. You got them? And you made it here, and so we really appreciate the effort that you took, and it's just so special that you're here. And we have been looking forward to this for weeks. We've been talking about it, we've been praying about it, and it's really, really very, very impressive that you're here, and we're looking forward to spending the rest of the day and the night with you. So that's just off the, before we start the question. So what was the question?
How do I put time into learning? What style of learning should be the one I focus on?
Oh, okay, so, right, you said a busy day. I don't think that I'm going to say any chidushim here that you haven't heard before. I would say that this applies to everyone. There's no one that doesn't have a busy day nowadays. Start very early in the morning, go until late at night, between our job responsibilities and, I'm going to use this instead. Between our job responsibilities and our family life, obviously it takes a tremendous effort. I'd say that the first thing that a person has to focus on is davening. I know we're talking about learning here, but davening, especially on Shabbos, taking the time when you don't have your full day of work and you don't have as many things that you have to be doing, taking the time to go to shul, spending time learning a mimer, learning a piece of Tanya, and then sit with it, meditate on it, think about it, and build your relationship with the Eibishter. That's the foundation. Once you have that foundation, you'll see that your week will be a different week. Then when it comes to practically speaking, spending the week working and obviously doing all the things that all of us need to do, I think it's really important to be able to choose different things that you are genuinely interested in Torah, and to make it your business to learn a little bit every day, as much as you can, but give yourself a little bit less of pressure in terms of quantity. Keep it to a smaller quantity, but be consistent with it. And it could be something. I mean, obviously we are doing Chitas and Rambam and etc. But to choose it, maybe I'm going to do one Sikha a week, and over the course of the week, you're learning through the Sikha. You're going to learn every single day, 2 Mishnayos, 3 Mishnayos, whatever it is, to try to have a consistency that you're learning every single day without putting a tremendous amount of pressure that is overwhelming for you until the point that you just plots. So between the davening on Shabbos, that you are developing this relationship with Hashem, and then using it throughout your week to be able to learn whatever it is that you in particular are interested in, and keep it as a consistent way, I think that this is a practical way forward. And then if you can do one night a week or something like that, where you do have a little bit more time that you set aside to learn B'chavrusa or to learn in the Shir or something, I guess that would be what I would suggest. We get to hear other opinions here. Maybe someone else has a different idea. No? Very novel suggestion, right?
No, Rabbi Fadin, you've always been a person who's always methodical ways to improve your learning, not only in yeshiva, but also afterwards. It's, wow. Help! Oh, hold that.
The only thing I would add, just as a sort of general approach, dealing with all these kinds of questions, it's very, very important to realize that there are many, many other people in the same boat. This is human nature, we tend to make comparisons. And we compare our difficult days to other people's good days. Okay, this question about having a busy day and time management and how I fit everything in, the first thing is to normalize it. This is a problem that goes all the way back. It's something that everybody has. So we have to calm down about it. And one of the things that you learn in yeshiva, one of the important takeaways of putting yourself into Gemara, you spend a lot of time learning a sugya, dealing with a question, and you get to the end of the sugya, and the Gemara says teiku. Some guys that have not really learned Gemara before, that's like a very big downer. It's a very big disappointment. We don't like loose ends. We don't like things unresolved. We like things to fit into nice, neat little boxes and everything to fit in. Yeah, I'm willing to go through the journey, but at the end, I want everything to. The Gemara says, we don't have an answer. And then the Gemara goes on. Teiku. Teiku means, besides, all the, Tishbi Tadas Kushas Habayis, that Mashiach will come. Mashiach will come, we'll find the answer to the question. Teiku means it's a standing question. Standing question, yes, this is part of my knowledge base, this is part of how I approach life, but the question doesn't paralyze me. It's okay to have questions, it's okay to have issues, there are challenges, everybody has them. If you don't have them, then, okay, you're 6 feet under. Everybody has challenges. So when we ask these kind of questions, these are all valid questions, and they need to be asked again and again. And as circumstances change, the answer might change a little bit, the application of the answer might change a little bit. But it's okay. It's okay to have a question. And when we approach the question this way, I'm more open to hearing an answer. Very often, a question is not so much a question. In Yiddish, there's the word tirutz, which you know. Tirutz means an answer, but the word tirutz in English sometimes is used as an excuse. Sometimes a kasha is a tirutz. Sometimes a question is an excuse. And sometimes we are trying to excuse ourselves or justify ourselves a little bit with this challenge that is insurmountable, that is impossible to overcome, and therefore that absolves me of my responsibility of putting in the hard work. The first thing when we have a Q&A over here, the first thing is I have to ask the questions, I have to ask the right questions, and I have to make sure the questions are coming from the right place. That's also one thing that you learn in Gemara. When you learn Gemara, the methodology of Gemara is it's all about asking the right questions. Where's the question coming from? What's the premise of the question? And the same thing is true in life. So Baruch Hashem, we have these questions, these things bother us. I want to be a Chassidish Yid, I want to do all of these things. Am I asking the right question? Maybe I need to reframe it. Is the question coming from a good place, or is the question just my justification, my defense mechanism for not having to take to take the responsibility? When you ask a question in that way, very, very, very often, you see the answer. It might not be the answer that you want to hear because you realize I was asking a different kind of question. So everything that Rabbi Fadin said, of course, that's the way to approach it. But in order to be open to that kind of answer, I have to make sure the question is coming from, I'm asking the right question. So I just wanted to Just as a general approach, about having questions. As Rabbi Faden said, I can't speak for anybody. I don't think we're going to break new ground. You're going to hear something earth-shattering, some kind of new idea about being a Chassidish Yid that you've never heard before. Baruch Hashem, I think we all say, we can safely assume that, we know what we have to do. I think what it really comes down to is asking the right question, making sure that it comes from a good place. And if the question is still unresolved, okay, teiku. Let it be a standing question. It's not going to paralyze me. As the expression in Yiddish is, von der Kasche starten wir nicht. No one ever died from a question. The question, you might think it's an existential question. I can't get an answer to this question. Calm down. You have a question. The question has been asked already 1,000 times, more than 1,000 times, going all the way back. Okay, you have a question. Okay, let's work with it. That's where this question can be resolved right away. What I found is that if you ask the question the right way, things work themselves out. You're open to ideas and you work it out, and you find the time, like our Faden said to David, and you find something that you learn. These little Chassidish hacks, okay? You become open to them. Okay, so I just wanted to add that. Sorry for the rant.
Turn it on. Help! I've fallen out of touch with my mashpia. What should I do? Besides, I don't even know if he understands me in the first place. Rabbi Eisenberg.
I'll mirror Rabbi Faden for a second and just say a big thank you to the incredible Hanhala that I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for myself, really helped me to become a man and a chassid. And a big thank you to Rabbi Dubinsky, and Rabbi Faden, Rabbi Brafman, Rabbi Hecht, and Rabbi Wagner for their countless hours, availability, advice, patience, and sometimes constructive criticism that really did construct me into the man that I am today, and I'm really grateful for it. So, this is a hard question to me. Okay, I'm done. I've fallen out of touch with my mashpia. What should I do? And I don't even know if they get me in the first place. Which one? I don't think, but I don't know. Somebody fixes me.
I don't know if he really understands me in the first place.
I don't know if he understands me in the first place. Okay. I want to tell you something that I heard from somebody sitting at this table with me. I was in my first year in yeshiva here, and I was zeicha to be in Rabbi Faden's Gemara Shir for 2 years. And there was a certain challenge I was having with how I viewed other Bachurim and felt self-conscious about my own Avodas Hashem. And so I went to Rabbi Faden's table and I sat down with him, and you said something that I told my kids this past Shabbos at the Shabbos table in your name, which was, you're the one that's responsible for your own simcha. Nobody else is. What we tend to think is it's my mashpia's job to guide me or to tell me where to go or what to do. And, if they don't get me, if they're not perfect, then what am I going to do? There's a certain level of achrayus that we have for ourselves and our own Avodas Hashem. And when we come to our mashpia, b'chlolus, they're not going to fix everything for you. Like Rabbi Brachman was just saying, you have to be open. You have to be ready for suggestions and help. And the first part is, I fell out of touch with my mashpia. Take an achrayas for our own avodas Hashem. Like, well, who am I going to go to for help and guidance? Because everybody needs help and guidance. It's not good for anybody to be alone. And a mashpia is extremely helpful. And then there's cases where there's other resources out there you might need in addition to that, like a life coach or a psychologist or some other form of help that I've benefited from in my life and currently am. So there's the achrayas for our own simcha that's really important for this. And if we feel that our mashpia doesn't get us, that's also our achrayas. Have I presented myself properly? Have I really come with the right questions? And am I open to my mashpia not being the perfect person, but there's still, I have trust that they're able to help me anyways. Pick up the phone and get back in touch.
Oh yeah, thank you. The next question is to Rabbi Wertheimer. What is the most important thing for Shalom Bayis? We gave you an easy one.
The Rebbe Rashab visited Vienna, I don't remember which year, and while he was there, he saw a Ferris wheel. And he saw the Ferris wheel, and it was reported to have remarked that the people at the top don't realize that they're coming towards the bottom, whereas the people at the bottom don't realize that they're coming back up. So I think that part of the idea may be to recognize that life in general, certainly married life, or mashpia life, or limud HaTorah life, or tefillah life, which is also known as just life, all of these things together are just life, to recognize that there are tkufas, there are periods. There are going to be sometimes, not as an excuse, not as a tirutz, but my davening is not maybe what it could have been or should have been, but not to beat myself up. Maybe I'm at the bottom of the Ferris wheel, but I'm swinging up very soon. Maybe I see it, maybe I don't see it. But I think one step is to recognize that there are periods, time periods, and some I feel at the top of the world, others I feel at the bottom of the world. I may not actually be at the bottom of the world just because I think I am, and I may not be at the top of the world just because I think I am. And that's my short answer to this very complex question. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The next question. I am apathetic. What should I do? Rabbi Schmidt.
Apathetic about what? Apathetic about dinner? So I've been on shlichus for thank God for 46 years, and I guess I'm a little older than some of the people here, but so to be honest with you, if I don't learn Chassidus, I get depressed. I just can't put one foot in front of the other. I can't do my shlichus. I can't do much. I have to learn Chassidus. Those people, we have an unbelievable, look, it's everything that goes along with it, writing in, especially if the Gimel Thomas, the Rebbe doesn't have any Habayis in terms of writing in. Some people think I write in, like, it's an insane amount of times, but I'm insane, so it's fine. But Chassidus is a tremendous gift for us. It's world-changing, like it says in the beginning of Essence of Chassidus, Shanatev and Midaisav, and the whole, it's an unbelievable opportunity. And if you don't learn Chassidus, once you leave first of all, you don't leave with Chassidus here, then I don't want to tell you, but once you leave, it's your lifeline. So it grounds you, and that's my, that and everything that's connected to that, mashpia. by the way, if you have just one thing to add to your thing, you can be honest with your mashpia. Not to say, like, I don't think you get me, but you could. With my mashpia, who's been my mashpia for a really long time, when I ask him a question, which is what he considers to be something kind of outside of something that he knows enough about, we discuss about who else to ask, and that happens all the time. So it's like you can have that kind of discussion with your mashpia also, like, try to broaden the hashpor you get. That's also part of your responsibility.
Thank you very much. Next question. What was the most important thing you took from yeshiva, Rabbi Faden?
It's a good question. I would say something similar to what Rabbi Schmidt just said, that for me, growing up without Hasidus in the Orthodox Jewish world was not, was not a perfect fit. Let's put it that way. And when I spent the time in Kfar Chabad, that's where I went to yeshiva, and really started to get into Hasidus and really starting to get into Tanya. Now, as I've been teaching Tanya now I've been here, this is 28 years, Kananara. So, I could honestly say that as a buffer, I really had no idea what I was talking about when I was learning, Tanya back in the day. But that not knowing what I was talking about was so special and so important, and there was so much there that was, the emes, that realizing that Hasidus is really the answer. And if you're, for me, and I guess this is along the same lines as the question that Rabbi Schmidt was asked about being apathetic, I want to, and certainly mirror what Rabbi Schmidt was saying, that once we realize the treasure that we have in Hasidus, the treasure that we have, especially, really going back to the Tanya, and really going back to understanding who am I, what am I doing here in this world, and constantly going back to that point, it just wakes me up. And I think that that's what I took out of yeshiva. So even though, reflecting back, I don't think I understood Hasidus as well as the Mashpiyim in those days taught it to me, or at least maybe what they wanted to give me. But over the years, as I've delved deeper and deeper and deeper into it, it's just become more and more beautiful. And I think that would be my answer of what I got and what I've taken with me from being in yeshiva.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Faden. I just want to interrupt the program for a half a second to recognize Rabbi Zion, who came earlier before from Temchet Timim to wish us all Mazel Tov. Rabbi Gantz, who's here right now, also to appreciate the yeshiva. Thank you. The partnership that goes on between Tiferes and Temchet Timim is legendary. Our next question is, by being involved in yeshiva, do I have to sacrifice all of my personal affairs? Rabbi Brachman.
The short answer, of course, is no. Of course not. That doesn't make any sense. But we have to unpack that a little bit. The question brings to mind a story about this author, Herbert Weiner, wrote a book, 9.5 Mystics. He was going around interviewing, this is in the 50s, and he had yichidus with the Rebbe. There's the whole story. One thing he brought up to the Rebbe, he says, I notice because he spent some time, he went in Yechidus, you were in the Beis Medrash there, upstairs in 770, hanging out with the Bachurim, and he wanted to sort of get a feel, what are these Bachurim about? What are these Bachurim about? And he brought it to the Rebbe that he said, I notice a certain naivete in them, a certain, he didn't use the word innocence, but a certain sort of being, mufshat, being separated from Elam Hazeh, or in the context of the question, not comfortable with their personal affairs. They're involved in the yeshiva, in this spiritual bubble, and he brought this up to the Rebbe. And what the Rebbe basically told him, he says that's you're reading it wrong. What you're seeing is that there's no kera. Kera means a split, a dichotomy, a tension between my spiritual development, my spiritual obligations, and what the question over here is calling my personal affairs. In yeshiva this is not an academic institution. It's not an academic institution. I know when you drive up, you see the Rabbinical College of America. We spoke about this yesterday. Of course, it's all about learning. Of course, but that's not really what happens. I remember sitting by with an older chassid, Shlomo's grandfather. When I was in Shlichus in Bach in California, he was visiting his daughter. And so of course we wanted, here you have an older chassid, the real deal. And we wanted to sit with him, tell him. But one thing stuck with me. He said, we didn't become chassidim in the Beis Medrash. We became chassidim in the kitchen. Kitchen meant, here there's the kitchen, there's the dining room. Kitchen meant that's where all the eating and the cooking and the preparation of the food took place. That's when we became chassidim. The learning, of course. Without the learning, as was mentioned before, without the learning chassidus, you don't have anything to incorporate. You don't have anything to implement. But yeshiva gives you the opportunity. Yeshiva is a place, sort of like a laboratory, where all of the conditions are relatively, I know people have complained, Bachim always have complaints, but relatively speaking, it's a pristine environment where you could get rid of this kera, you can get rid of this split, of this tension between my spiritual development and the physical things that I have to take care of. What you really, really learn in yeshiva is, first of all, how to be a mensch. Rabbi Eisenberg mentioned before, I don't know, maybe it was a Freudian slip. So I became a man and a chassid. Yes, to become a mensch. That my personal affairs are not at odds with the things that I'm learning. Over here, it is much easier. It's again, a relatively pristine environment, relatively controlled conditions, is what we want, where the person could experiment and the person could take his learning and implement it. Yeah, you take 4 Bachim and throw them into a room where they're almost on top of each other. Yes, it's, this is not what I'm used to. I need to have my own, whatever, all different kinds of complaints. But if a person understands what is it that I'm here in yeshiva, it's not just about developing my skills in Gemara and learning about Chassidus and answering the existential questions that I have about life and purpose and meaning. It's about becoming a mensch. It's about learning how to deal with your personal affairs and that not be a kera, that not be a split with your spiritual development. So, of course, the answer is an emphatic no. It's all about, yes, taking care of personal affairs, but learning how to mesh that with all the chassidus that I'm learning and all the Gemara that I'm learning. That's really what yeshiva is about. And a person who doesn't get that, he can walk out of yeshiva, he might have accumulated a lot of knowledge, a lot of chassidus and a lot of Gemara, but is he a mensch? It really all comes down to your midos. Rabbi Schmidt mentioned it before, right? Lashan is telling midosov. Oh, but I thought we're Chabad. It's all. Yes, of course, because that's how we go about it. And without the Chabad, it's not going to happen. But the litmus test, the bottom line, right? Well, what's the bottom line? The bottom line is midas, how you handle your personal affairs.
Thank you very much. We're about to switch the forum, the style just a little bit. I also want to mention the people who just arrived, Rabbi Berkowitz from Montreal, and Yosef Gunyan from Montreal, and the Licht brothers from Florida, and Noach Kane, and Aaron Hanan, and anyone who I didn't mention earlier. But before we switch that, make a little switch, which will be exciting. Everyone should have something in mind if they perhaps will be able to participate. But one last question in this mode, and that is, what is the most important way to guarantee that your children will be brought up as Chassidish children? Gabriel, you always got the easy ones.
I feel like this is a better question for someone with a couple more years of chinuch under their belt. This is a good question. I don't know if I have it figured out yet, but I'll speak from the heart, and maybe it'll resonate. There is no code. There's no trick or rule book, what to say, when to say it, how to say it for chinuch and raising your kids. We're blessed to have, thank God, a full house of kids, Baruch Hashem, and each one of them is so unique and so different. So I would say that I'm going to go back to my point that you have an achrayas to yourself. Okay, so if we're zeicha to be fathers, we look at ourselves first. Am I being a proper chassid? Am I being a proper husband? Am I being a proper father? Am I getting a geschmack in davening and in learning? Am I learning b'makom sheli b'chafetz, a place where I really want to be learning, so that I can come to my kids and be excited about an inyan that I learned and I want to share? Is Yiddishkeit exciting for me? Is being by the oil something that I really want to be doing? And my kids get that. Is 770 the center of the universe to me? And my kids are able to see that. That's the barometer first, in my humble opinion. Where am I standing in this? Am I being real in my Yiddishkeit? Because if my Yiddishkeit is a show, the kids are going to see right through that. If my Yiddishkeit's not real, if I learn a Maimer Chassidus or a Sicha, and all I can do is spit back out the words, what did my kids get? An idea. But if I learn a Maimer, and I learned a Sicha, and I come out with this is what it meant to me in my life, and this is how I'm using it right now, that's real. The kid's going to get something real. They're going to say, oh, Torah is something that you can use, something practical, something that's accessible to me. And maybe that's point one. And point number two is, how much do I think about how I tailor Yiddishkeit to the needs and interests of that kid? So every kid has a different access point. A nefesh bahamis access point is a term that I'm really cuffing in nowadays. What gets their nefesh bahamis excited? And if their nefesh bahamis is ignited, then for sure the Yiddishkeit's going to go right in. The Chassidus is going to go in. The davening is going to go in. The learning is going to go in. Everything. If I am thinking about this kid, this particular child gets really excited about sports, play ball with your kid. If this kid gets really excited about drawing, get them drawing lessons so they can become a master of it. This kid loves to dance. Go dance with them. You have a Nefesh Abamis access point for every single kid. The Yiddishkeit's going to be real by then. And it takes time. Maybe that's the Hayayim Yayim. 30 minutes a day you're supposed to think about Chinuch.
Rabbi Schmidt, thank you.
One thing that you just said that you didn't say, so I wanted to bring it up, which is spend time with them. That's, whether it's drawing or whatever, but that's what you were saying also.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to switch a little bit of how we're doing this. Many times the Q&A is called a crossfire. And so now we're going to open the floor
We have another few minutes before we go into the next segment. And our first question, yes, David Asher, please keep it short. Go ahead.
So as a shliach, you get to meet a lot of different type of people, and maybe with some of them to learn with them Hasidus. So when learning Maimarim, should you prioritize to learn more Avedadike Maimarim, or can you learn with? Is there a benefit in learning with people Haskaladike Maimarim?
Hello. Yeah. There's a benefit to learn Maimorim. First of all, it depends on which people you're learning with. You know, it's whether you get to the Haskalah or the Avodah or whatever. If you get past the introduction, sometimes it's unusual. But you know, I'll tell you one thing that Manas once told me is that the best thing to do is learn a mimer that you're in love with. Like one time when I went to Beis Chana, I was teaching at Beis Chana. I had this one mimer. I said, "This is amazing." He said, "Okay, you should teach that one." You know, so the most important thing is for you to first of all to look at the person you're teaching and see what's masim for that person, and then for yourself, you know, something you're really excited about.
Thank you very much. My next question, Yaakov.
Hello, I have a Neftzayim question. I have a Muslim friend who I recently found out his mom was a Moroccan Jew and she converted, and he's a practicing Muslim. So how do I go about that?
Rabbi Wertheimer.
You should ask your Rav, and you should ask your Mashpia.
Okay, Zev. Zev is the alumnus who has come from 1990. Go ahead.
My question is, how I can, for example, explain the value of Maimar in Sihot to crowd from Lakewood, who basically study Talmud 24 hours.
Question is asking how can he bring the value of a mimer to the crowd that he knows in Lakewood, who they've only studied Gemara. Let's go back to...
They're begging for it. They're begging for it. I have a Chabad house, which I'm a campus shliach, but I also happen to be in a frum kehila. So around me, I'm surrounded by 40 or 50 shuls. I could have my shuls of Ashkenazi, Sephardi, Litvish, non-Litvish, people that claim to be Chassidim, and so on and so forth. We have in recent years a minyan, and people are coming. And to mention the other thing about Haskalah, Avodah, I'm not sure I know the difference, but we have a shir in Samach Vav, Shabbos afternoon between Mincha and Ma'ariv, and people come. Haskalah, I don't know, I'm not sure what that means exactly. If, like Rabbi Schmidt said, if it's something you're interested in, something that you're koching in, you'll be able to give it over, no problem. And in even Haskalah, so to speak, it's not Avodah. What does that mean it's not Avodah? It changes a person's complete understanding of reality. It lifts a person up into a completely different plane of existence. And that itself becomes Avodah. So I don't know Lakewood specifically, although lots of people where I live go to Lakewood all the time. But I think that they're actually yearning very, very deeply to connect to Pnimis HaTorah. You might need to find a way that's fitting for them specifically to explain it to them. L'dugma, someone asked me, how come Tanya, it begins with a brisa? It's not a brisa. And it's not. So it has to be Lefi Erech, commensurate with the person who's asking. And some of these guys, the Taka know how to learn. So it has to be addressed to them in a way I think that is their language, which is really the language of Nigla. So Chassidus can come in a language of Nigla too.
Thank you.
Yeah, just two other things about that. One is that you can give over a mimer without saying, with just through the mimer makomas if you really need to, and not, and you know, and just recording a medrash and this, and that's fine. And I just wanted to say one fast story. I have a kid. I have some kids with special needs, and they went to a school in Lakewood called Shai. Went there for 7 years. And when my kid graduated Lakewood, it happened to be Gimel Tammuz. and they asked me to speak at the graduation. So everybody there was litfish, let's call them. They asked me to speak at graduation. I looked at the guy and said, if you think I'm going to stand up here in Gimel Tammuz and not say a sikha, you're out of your mind. So I'm going to say a sikha. And there was one guy who got upset. Besides that, they loved it. I didn't say I did it well, but don't assume anything.
Thank you very much. Our Bacher Eden, our representative from the United Kingdom. Question.
Rabbi Brachman, you spoke briefly about one of the main points of being in yeshiva is to develop your menschlichkeit. And I think, coming from the mostly secular world, where I think people hold manners and being polite and respect to a certain high degree, in contrast to our environment here in yeshiva and the from Jewish world, where we're very comfortable with each other, we're very friendly with each other and brotherly, and sometimes it's very, very easy to forget those basic manners and those basic forms of respect towards other people. And I feel like my year in yeshiva has in a way degraded my menschlichkeit, because I've gotten so comfortable around these people, but around everyone, Baruch Hashem, but it's not always been for the good, and I'm just wondering how to counteract that.
That's a question you said for. Oh, that's open. You can accept. You can pass.
Or with the niggin. That's the way Eden's questions need to be answered. I'm trying to think of the right niggin that you need to hear that will answer that question. Eisenberg said it before. It's about. Well, let me start this way. Yes, with familiarity, there's a certain lessening, a certain loosening of the boundaries. That is true. But what's supposed to come together with that is a certain understanding of the other person. When you live with other people. Some of you are married, some of you are going to get married. When you live with another person, yeah, there's a certain of the familiarity, but as the saying goes, sometimes familiarity breeds contempt. Okay, the fact that you're expressing that is a little bit disappointing. But that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's together with the familiarity, it's about what we expect of other people. That's also something that we need to learn in our interpersonal relationships. What do I expect of another person? Developing an understanding, which of course leads to a little bit more tolerance. That is all part of menschlichkeit. Menschlichkeit is not they're my standards, and if the other people are not living up to my standards, there's something whatever. That's not. So that's part of the whole picture is dealing with familiarity. But besides that, I'm still trying to think of a nigga to answer your question.
We are about to move on to the next part of the program, and at this time we're going to go down to I think we'll cut. We do have a few more questions, but I think we'll cap it at this, and we will now go downstairs for a group photo. This let's first of all give a round of applause. One second, we have a messed up. Okay, yeah. Oops, my mistake. Thank you, Rabbi Wagner. At this time, the rabbis can remain right there while we're going to have our alumni presentations. This is a very exciting time. We're going to start with one of with a round of applause to the panel. Thank you now and always for Rabbi Wagner keeping me in line. Baruch Hashem, we have an amazing partnership, and the yeshiva does tremendous things, and it's a very big zechus to work here with all of you, with the amazing Bachurim alumni and Rabbanim. At this time, we're going to invite one of our favorite stories, the one that I tell my kids every day until they say, Tati, stop it. And I have to find other people to talk to. One of the wildest people in the West and even the East. I just called him the Sitkler Rebbe. And now, Chief Judge of Sitka, Alaska, David Vala. Please step right up.
Okay. What's that? Yeah. Well, anyway, I just wanted to say these guys, and it is an amazing time warp to come back to yeshiva. Okay, I'm gonna. The first one, well, should we start with a mini story? Yes. All right, mini story. I heard this once and I can't remember where, but that there is a midrash that we are inside our mother's belly and a malach, an angel, comes and teaches us the entire Torah with a candle, I think. Maybe that's why they complain of heartburn. Sorry, bad jokes. Dad jokes here. Anywho's. And then as we're born, this angel strikes us under our nose, and we forget everything, and then we spend the rest of our lives kind of relearning what we knew as a baby. So why am I telling you that story? Because I think it leaves a little, a hint in us. And particularly Jewish neshamas, I think you've heard, are thirsty fires. They need fuel to burn. So I grew up on the East Coast amongst what we call, I guess, a conservative Jewish family. And I grew up thirsty. So what does a Jew do? They go searching for water, right? And I searched all kinds of places, which we won't tell you about. But I ended up searching amongst what now are called indigenous people. You may know them as Native Americans. And I was under the belief that I was going to find an ancient people who were going to share their ancient wisdom with me, and I was going to finally find the water I was searching for. And so a few stories I'll skip over, but the point of it is a Jew knows when something has nutrition, and a Jew knows when you try something out and you walk away unnourished. You with me? A few of you are nodding your heads. So I had searched amongst many things. I went to the Baal Shem Tov band in Philadelphia, and I went to Grateful Dead shows. I went all over the place looking. And so it eventually led me to Alaska, and I settled amongst the indigenous people there. And don't you know, over time, they decided they were going to culturally adopt me. Didn't hurt being a lawyer at the time. And so a very spiritual Tlingit Indian woman came to me, and she had a son named David, Lo Aleinu had passed away, and she felt I was, what is it, an Ibur, that his soul was in me. And so she wanted to adopt me, and it was a really big honor, because again, you gotta know, what was I doing? I was like throwing myself into native culture, and they wanted to adopt me. It was perfect. And before the ceremony, this woman had a dream. And in the dream, she introduces me to her grandmother. This is David, he's an attorney for our tribe, and the grandmother says, good. Have you picked out a name for him? And she told him, a deceased chieftain, to carry on the name of some elder that had passed away. And the grandmother said, you cannot give him that name. He comes from his own tribe, and he needs his own name. So this woman, her name was Jessie, wakes up and comes to me and says, my grandmother visited me in a dream. What tribe are you from? And so began a life of searching to answer that question. And it was the indigenous native people that supported me. And when they found out I was Jewish, they wanted me to say blessings at their meals. It was a little awkward. At times I went to something in the Carolinas called a pork pull. You don't want to know. And they said, we would like our esteemed judge from Alaska to bless the meal. Oh, anyway, we won't go down that road. But the point of the story is, when I wanted to know what tribe I came from, who was in Alaska? Everyone, that's Yenomsville. There's no Jews in Alaska. We don't care what's going on there. But who was there? The Rebbe. Just like I think I heard once, the Nazis, Amach Shemo, would look for us wherever we were. The Rebbe, in a good way, would look for Jewish people wherever they are. And there I was, in the middle of nowhere, Chabad was there. So here I am, and I just want to share with you very briefly a couple of things I learned as a judge with Native people. One is, you gotta know who you are. And amongst the Native youth and all the assimilation that's going on, because for a long time America is a melting pot, right? And so they wanted to melt those natives faster than you can tell, because they're sitting on things that we like gold and oil and land and all that stuff. So assimilating natives has been a major, major policy, and their youth are lost, so lost. And so to that question about chinuch, love all your answers, by the way. We, thank God, know who we are, and we have to pass that on to our children so that they have the vitamins and the strength to do good works in this world and be mensches. And the second thing, amongst Native Americans, there's a science that's growing. You may have heard of it. It's called historical trauma. Anybody in here ever hear of that? Well, we invented it. So when the natives want to know, how do we get better? How do we bounce off the canvas and make a comeback over and over and over again? Who do they look to? Us. And the other thing that I learned as a judge now is that the biggest secret to health and happiness is gratefulness. And what a religion and heritage and tradition we have. From the second we open our eyes all day long, we are reminding ourselves to say thank you. And so hidden, not so hidden, is great medicine, as our Native people would say in our tradition. And I'm so grateful to these Rebbeim and to these walls and all the people that inspire you to inspire me. It's been a crazy ride, my friends. And I think I'll stop there.
How wonderful. Thank you so much, and Hatzlacha in your holy work and your holy shlichus, and continuing to be an inspiration to our people and to all people. Now we'd like to call upon Reb Baruch Neblum, who has come all the way from Baltimore, Maryland today, and his father is here also. He's going to talk to us about the Parnasa of a Hasidic family. Thank you very much.
I think I was given a bit of a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. So thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. It really is a real honor to speak in front of everybody here. Talk into this. What direction am I speaking currently? For people who don't know me, my name is Baruch Neblum. I'm a software engineer in big tech at the cornerstone of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, but that's my day job. At night, I run a Mossad that does free financial planning for Frum Yidden across the world. And I want to speak how my connection, I want to explain to everyone what that Mossad is, but then also the connection between how Tiferes led me there. So, I wasn't zeicha, like many of you, to spend many years in Tiferes, but I did spend a week in between semesters whenever I could hop around and get there. And I think that just because you spend a short amount of time in an area doesn't mean it can't be incredibly impactful. And I think for anyone else who spent a short time in Tiferes, they could definitely say similar stories about how even a short time can be so meaningful. And there's a certain Hasidic avi, or some Hasidic lachluchis that gets developed when you spend time here. And I think that's, when you speak to people who spend time here, it's really felt and shared, even if it's a week or a month or years. But that Hasidishkeit follows you even after you leave the Dalet Amas of Yeshiva, and you go into the world, and you start building your bias now, you start building that family, and then questions start coming up. You have questions about Parnasa, Hishtadlus, building the right home, for the right investment questions, insurance questions, all the real life starts to hit you really fast, and that's not what you're learning. You end up not knowing a lot about these things. Budgeting, lots of these questions come up, and life comes at you like a train. My success and retirement, like there's a lot of details that many people that most of us are not prepared for. And so when I got out when I moved to Baltimore, but I started meeting people, and I started meeting Balei Tshuva, non-Balei Tshuva, everyone, and you start noticing that there's a real gap in, everyone's putting on a certain face of how things are being handled, but there's a lot of difficulty, there's a lot of struggles, and what I would say is there's a lot of potential for improvement. And I think the problem can be almost twofold for Balei Tshuva, because many FFBs have a support network. They have support systems, people they can go to for many questions around how to navigate a lot of the unique financial situations that we have. We have very unique budgeting constraints, very unique finances around tuition and retirement goals, and I think it brings in entirely new levels of complexities, and Balei Tshuva don't have the same system, network, and generations of learning and how to deal with it that it can be passed down from generation to generation. And many people assume that, what's the solution, right? A financial planner, right? The problem is, for many people without significant assets, most of the financial planners in the world, from financial planners included, I think I know one or two that don't do it this way, but the vast majority are charged by a percentage of assets. And what does that mean? That means that if you don't have a lot of money, they're not going to make time for you, because they charge 1% of all the money you have, and I don't have any money, so what am I supposed to do? So you're not able to meet with a financial planner. And then some people have enough money where they are able to meet with a financial planner, and what happens? Well, now that yearly bill of 1% looks like $10, $20, $50, $100,000, depending on how much assets you have. And it's also unaffordable because it's hard to justify such an expense. So basically wherever you fall in that spectrum, it's very difficult to find a solution for you. To give a concrete example, someone looking for a modest retirement, the many communities, and I'll use numbers you can adjust accordingly, but around $500 a month invested for 40 years. We're looking at, with the history of the market, we're looking at around $3.1 million in investments with $500 a month for 40 years. What that looks like for someone in retirement is a retirement income of $120,000, $125,000 a year, right? So you can continue to live off of that. If you were to pay that 1%, right, which ends up being over those 40 years around $800,000, you say 1%, well, it compounds every year, so it ends up being a gap of $800,000. And what ends up happening next is now instead of making 125 in retirement, I'm making 95. So I have this sudden drop of $30,000 that wouldn't have happened if I had a solution where I could manage this money without needing to pay this fee. So that is really what inspired me to take the Warmkeit, the Chassidishkeit of what I learned here to say, okay, well, there's a big gap of, there's no solution for the vast majority of people, so I'm going to develop one. And that is where, from finance, the MISA that we have, the team, and what we're doing, that's where this came out of, which was seeing this gap. And the questions go across. Now, this is whatever income level you're at. You can be a multimillionaire, and the same questions, the same problems come up without answers. That's really what we're trying to solve here. So the goal is not to say that money and all this is the ikker. That's not my point. That's not the push. But there's a certain level of nefesh and nefesh that comes when you're confidently planning, when you're doing proper shtadlus, when you know, hey, I'm investing this amount and I know that it covers all the chasnas, it covers all the bar mitzvahs, the bas mitzvahs, the tuitions, and I'm not doing it out of a guess. I have confidence in that. Right, so that's the shtadlus. Now the Eibush is going to find his own way to give you the brachas. You just had to do a shtadlus. So I calculated, I put the money away, and the Eibush is going to give me in the treasure chest. But I did what I was supposed to do. I'm not just guessing. I'm not playing a game. I calculated and I did and I'm doing it. I'm doing what makes sense. Al pi derech hateva, and I betachin that it'll come either through my work or it'll come through something else. But I did my part of the job. And so my goal is to, and I'm using my background in software to build that tooling to offer to everyone to basically say, we can calculate this, we can figure this out, and we can do it, we can manage this money. Baruch Hashem is looking out to be managing over $50 million, and I'm very excited to continue to grow the Maisid. And there's no charge, there's no fees, all tzedakah. Anything that we can contribute is helpful. And I really do believe that because I got married the day after I graduated, like right after I graduated college. It was just really that time between semesters that I was able to see Chassidishkeit before I moved into an Anash community and had to all of a sudden dress like and act like one and fit in without having time actually being one. But I really think that my time at Tiferes was fundamental there, and I think that the perspective on Habayis Yisrael and just how to approach things really developed into why I was able to create such an organization in such a short amount of time.
Yasher Koyach, Hatzlacha Rabba, and you're continuing your great work. A lot of work is done in Lubavitch to help everybody on the outside, and here Baruch is putting in all of his work and his effort and his talent to help the community itself, to help our fellows. Yasher Koyach Gadol. Our next presenter is our very own student who uniquely came from a very Orthodox community, but was very inspired to be in our yeshiva and has been celebrated around the world as a professor and a finalist in the LA Times poetry and became an award-winning poet and is featured on Chabad.org and many other very important places, is now a mashpia as well as a professor, Mashpia and Chabad of Teaneck, Rabbi Dr. Yeshua November.
Okay, first of all, correction. I'm not a doctor or a rabbi. But thank you for the promotion. I'll try to keep it quick. Tomorrow, Mir Tashem, I'm supposed to go to a Jewish poetry conference in North Carolina. This is actually the 4th year I'll be going there. And it always falls out around Gimel Tammuz. And so the first time I went, the first time I considered going to teach classes there and so forth, I asked my mashpia, should I go to this Jewish poetry conference in Asheville, North Carolina, and I won't be able to go to Farbrengen and go to it's Gimel Tammuz? And he said, for sure, the Rebbe would want you to go to Asheville, North Carolina, to teach at the Jewish Poetry Conference. But he said, what you should do is tell them that it's the Gimel Tammuz, the Rebbe's yard site, and that you want to make a Farbrengen there, and ask them if you can make a Farbrengen. So, and that's not something I really thought about at all. But I sent an email to the head of this organization, this program, and I said, can I make a Farbrengen? Gimel Tammuz, it's the Rebbe's yard site. So she says, of course you can do that, that's wonderful. And she sent out an email to the whole organization, all the people involved. Yeshua is going to make a Farbrengen for Rabbi Nachman's yard site. I promised Rabbi Hafta I would tell a joke. But really, I think that the idea is, when I was here, which I thank so much to all the Mahalo, of course, for investing so much in us and so much Mesiras Nefesh and all the sacrifices, year after year, with all the turnaround, Bachurim coming through. When I was here, one of the questions that emerged when I found myself at a crossroads was, I already had a degree in creative writing. Should I try to become a professor, or should I go try to get smicha, go into a chinuch, try to go on shlichus? And in line with the story that I mentioned before, my mashpia said there will be many people, that you will be able to meet as a professor that a rabbi will never meet. The rabbi will never meet. You'll meet people so I think one thing that I've learned, over the course of time and in making that decision at the crossroads, that it's definitely not all or nothing. Nothing is ever all or nothing. Either you're a shliach or you're working. All these things could fuse together, and that's certainly something that happened to me, being in Teaneck, just learning with people at the Chabad house. Eventually, they asked me to be the mashpia at the Chabad house, do Farbrengens, give shiurim. So things, unexpected things happen, and things fuse, and things merge, and just try to, I think it's very important to always look for these opportunities to try to spread Chassidus, as much as you can. I'll just say one more small thing. When I found myself at another crossroads, believe it or not, it's actually very hard to publish a poetry book. I know probably nobody else besides me here has ever tried, but it's very hard to try to publish a poetry book. And I had worked very hard to write a poetry book, and I was sending it out, and it's helpful in your career to publish a poetry book, especially as a professor. It will secure your position, and then you get the big bucks like most poets get. So I actually sending my poetry book out to many different publishers, I got one offer from a press in Virginia, and it wasn't really a great publisher. And so I wasn't really sure if I should publish this book. It's a book I spent a lot of time working on in graduate school and so on and so forth. And I was wondering, should I give my work up in this kind of way? And I asked Mashpia again, and they said, talk to your former professors, talk to other writers. Will this help you in your career? So I did that. I asked my former professors, and they said, it's really something that's a very difficult choice. This is not a great publisher. On the other hand, having a book is helpful for your career. It's really too hard to tell. And I again spoke with my mashpia. My mashpia said that generally speaking, I don't consult the igris, but this situation is so hard to call. It's so tough to call that I really think that the only thing to do in this situation is to look in the igris. So I was actually in Tiferes downstairs. I wrote my letter, and then I opened the igris. I'll just quickly read the letter in English. I'll read it. It says, just an excerpt from the letter. I think it's actually a famous letter. I received your letter from the 23rd of Teves, eve of the yahrzeit anniversary of the passing of the Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya and Shulchan Aruch, in which you write about your present situation. You have certainly heard the saying of the Rebbe Marash, the grandfather of the previous Rebbe. The world says that when you cannot go under, you should go over. But I say that to begin with, you should go over. In this case, even though it seems that you have to wait to express visible joy until the situation of your health actually improves, there is room to say, as learned from the above-mentioned expression, that you can be joyous before the improvement of your health, even though at the moment this improved health is not a visible reality. The joy itself will bring about the improvement sooner. This approach follows the saying that was taught a number of times by Chabad Rebbes, think good and it will be good. Obviously, when this positive thinking is brought into joyful speech or joyful conduct, and especially when this concerns a respectable person whose pen is the pen of a writer and is able to influence many people in the above-mentioned joyful way, then the reward for one who brings joy to another is known. So it was obviously amazing downstairs in the former Zal. I hope, things like this will happen in the Zal here, but to get that letter was really amazing thing, a letter to a writer. I was trying to figure out, should I publish this book? And the main message, it seemed like this person was sick and he needed a refuah shalema, but the main message was l'chatchila riba, to be joyful as if you're already in good health, and that will bring about the refuah. So to me, and I also again asked my mashpia, to me, it seemed to me, l'chatchila riba means don't go for a subpar press. L'chatchila riba means go for the best. Don't compromise. Don't go for a weaker option. Go for the best. So I turned down that offer, and the next year, my manuscript won an award and it was selected to be published. But the really remarkable thing was that year, when my book was published, one of my former professors was one of the judges for the LA Times book contest. And it was really only because she was one of the judges, like Rahaf was mentioning, that she was one of the judges. She nominated the book for the LA Times book prize, which really, totally made my whole career that it was nominated for that prestigious prize. And really, I would say it's because I waited that 1 year that I had this opportunity. If I had published the book the year before with this other press and not gone to Chatchila Riba, I wish my professor would not have been a judge, and I would not have been an LA Times finalist. But because I was listening on the way to the panel before, nothing is ever simple. There's always questions. An interesting thing was revealed to me years later, which my professor told me, was that I was actually supposed to win the contest, but because she was my teacher and she was one of the judges, I was not able to win the contest. That really would have made my career. But nothing's ever perfect. Nothing's ever perfect, but I think right before Gimel Tammuz, remember, the Rebbe Vekafin Aveg, the Rebbe will find a way to answer us. So many times in my life there was questions and just talking to a mashpia, looking for opportunity for Hafatas Mayanas, and in Mir Hashem we'll all see Tov and Nir V'Nigel Gash B'Saruknis, and thanks again for the Hanhala.
Thank you so much, Dr. November. And now we're going to surprise everyone by asking Gavriel Collin to please step right up and tell everybody about the tremendous work that you are doing in the world of Chabad Lubavitch in Crown Heights. Gavriel.
He actually invited me 2 weeks ago. He just made it seem like it was on the spot. Just kidding. He literally I walked in 10 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm from, 5 minutes? I'm from my dad. That's my dad over there, Ayala, who just spent a few days learning in Tiferes this past week. He wanted to come visit me, but he said, I'm going to go learn Torah for a few days instead, and then I'm going to come visit you. So anyone who doesn't know, I was in Tiferes for about 3.5 years, and I got married 2 years ago, Baruch Hashem, and I started an organization called the Farbregan Retreat, which is for Lubavitch teens that, so like Tiferes, we were out and we're coming in, and I help guys that grew up in, and they're looking the other direction. So it's like 17 to 20-year-olds, and it's 10-day retreats, 5-day retreats, where it's basically the 2 rules are no weed and no phones, and no alcohol, and for 10 days. And I had this chap when I was in Tiferes. There was an Tiferes program. Is it still a thing? It's a thing, okay. And I had an idea. If I could trap guys in a Farbregan, I'll be able to brainwash them really good. And if it's enjoyable, oh, this is being recorded. Okay. What? When I invite guys for an enjoyable weekend with parental consent, so I'm going to just say one story. I want to say the background is I really believe that when I was walking in to Tiferes, I was like, wow, like I owe everything to Tiferes, because mamish everything, because at the end of the day, it's very simple. There's Eibishter, and that's it. And like if the Kol Zman I don't have that chap is like when it's just gonna go downhill. And I could just see wow, what my life would look like if I did not have Rabbi Dubinsky, Rabbi Wagner, Rabbi Brofman, Rabbi Faden. Man, it's a messy world out there. And even with Tiferes, it's messy, right? You know what I'm saying? In Tiferes, I realized I have to hold on by the skin of my teeth or else I'm done. And then when I leave Tiferes, I really got to hold on. So I'm always, I try to come back once a month. I'm always in touch with my mashpia all the time. And I just see begalui that is the reason for the success of everything in my life. Beruchnias, begashmias, I would be a nothing without Tiferes. Mamish, it would be terrible. But I'll just say one quick story from the shlichus. So I was telling my wife, and Tiferes, this is a funny story. I came to Rabbi Wagner in my first year. Rabbi, I'm going to open a yeshiva. And he just told me no. And I said, but Rabbi, I've been presented this opportunity, whatever. It's a lot of us get presented opportunities by weird people that seem exciting but really aren't trustworthy. But we don't realize that because we're fresh Balei Tshuva and we don't know anything. And I'm telling Rabbi, I got this opportunity. And he's just no. I said, can you explain me why? And he looked at me and said, I'm not going to explain you why. You're not going to be able to understand. You're just not going to do this. And I was so angry, but I listened. That's the key. Be upset, but listen. So I was telling my wife, I said, so basically for these teens, you have to meet them what they're at. It has to be exciting. So there's a sauna and a hot tub and a cold plunge and helicopter rides and a professional chef and it's just and there's not really so many rules and we're for breaking the whole time and it's just push it an amazing fun time and the entire time we're fabriking. And Baruch Hashem, I really see lives change. And I had an idea, for fun, I look on Redfin, mansions, what's the mansion we're gonna get? Because every Farbregan at Tiferes is you can mamish in every Shabbos speech from Rabbi Wagner, you could literally do anything you set your mind to. You mamish, there's Hashem, and you're really not bound. So for better or for worse, I kind of took that and was okay, that's real. So we're gonna buy a mansion for the boys, because that's good for the guys. And then I thought, no, a mansion's too small. Because we're gonna have a bigger idea than a mansion one day, and there's gonna be neighbors, and I can't go past, there's a mitzvah, you can't move their fence, you know what I mean? So we need a forest. And the forest we'll be able to build. And in that forest, we're gonna have an indoor basketball court, because the guys gotta play ball in the winter. And there's gonna be a pool, and there's gonna be a shul. And there's gonna be a house for you and me, and a house for the guys, and da-da-da. She's laughing, but also I could see there's sweat down her brow, oh no, gosh, because I'm speaking very calmly, this is gonna happen. So, Hashgacha Pratis, that week we were making a Farbregan retreat. Baruch Hashem, we've done 10 at this point, and on top of that we have a Sukkot program, and we have Shabbos meals every Shabbos, one-on-ones and trips every single week. It's mamish 24/7, but this is, we're talking about the retreats now. And we were making a retreat that in a month from that time. And I reached out to somebody that I met from one of my best friends in Tiferes. It was an off Shabbos, and we went to Crown Heights, and he said, Gavi, come to me to this guy for Shabbos. And I said, okay. And I went to that guy, and I actually, because I was Tiferes, I didn't realize that the guy was successful or anything. He was just a cool guy, and Daniel told me he had a house in the Poconos, and so he tells me so he told me to go to his house for Shabbos, whatever. That was many years earlier when I was a bacher. Fast forward 3-4 years, and I'm okay, we need a place for the retreat. So I reach out to this guy, and the guy says, yeah, I have a house in the Poconos, you could use it. My wife says, aren't you gonna go look at it before we go? I said, no, it's gonna be good. But how do you know it's gonna be good? Come on, obviously it's gonna be good. So we ended up going, and it was a dump. There were homeless people staying there. And no, I'm joking. So we went, and we drive over the bridge, and it's not a house. There's a bunch of houses. So I call the guy. I'm you told me it's a house. He goes, oh, I forgot to tell you, it's a forest. I'm oh, okay. So what does that mean for us? Oh, you guys will take the back house. The guys will take that house. I'm okay. And it turns out there's a shul over to the side. And halfway through the program, guys come down and they're dripping in sweat. Where are you guys coming from? We're playing basketball. We're in the middle of the Poconos forest. There's no basketball. Where are you playing basketball? At the indoor basketball court. Okay. But I'm not getting excited because what does it mean for me? It's not it's mine or anything, Happened to be that guy was there for Shabbos. And he saw the program. He saw the trap. He saw the success. He saw the And he came to me and he said, this is your new home for all the Farbregan retreats. But there's a caveat, because I had to rent it from him. See, this was last summer. So whenever I say this story, but what was so crazy is that this was all within, I reached out to him a week after this conversation with my wife that we need a forest, a week after. And he said, you can do whatever you want here. We actually started building there. We installed a big jacuzzi, and we have tons of storage over there. And but in the back of my mind, I'm when I say this story and we got the forest, it's no, we didn't really get it because it's not really mine. So about a month ago, he reaches out to me. He said, Gavriel, and says, that this is all happening right now that you asked me to speak. He said, Gavriel, I don't like that it's not yours. I'm okay. I don't like it either. He says, about a 2-minute walk from that property, we have another property. And I want you to have it. I'm okay. And he wants to sell it for me. He wants to sell it to me at a crazy discounted price. I'm like, okay, and I speak with my mashpia again and again, what are the options? And it seems like, okay, let's go for it. And he's like, and I'm like, and we have to do renovations, so I'm fundraising already every day. Okay, let's sign, let's start the renovation. He's like, going back and forth, and he calls me a week later, and he says, the deal I gave you, it's too much pressure on you. I don't want you to have pressure. And I made sure Rabbi Dubinsky spoke to him to see, is this guy glatt? You know, like, is he? And Baruch Hashem, he got the hechsher. And he said, let's take away any down payment. You don't have to have any down payment. And you don't have to worry about covering any taxes or expenses for the first 4 months so you could do renovations. I'm like, wow. And then he wasn't agreeing. Like, he was like, we were waiting, he didn't print anything out, and then he reaches out to me a week later again, and he says, still too much pressure. I don't like, and the deal we came up with was that in the 4th year, you'll be able to pay back the rest. I'm like, wow. And I spoke to some real estate people. I actually still have no clue what I'm talking about, but apparently it's a cool deal. It's a 7-acre property, no down payment in the 4th year, you'll pay the rest. I guess that's cool. And then he says, I don't like that you're gonna have to pay the rest in the 4th year to me, and then it's gonna be like a headache for you. I'm gonna help you appraisal it, and then you'll be able to, without a down payment, you'll be able to pay monthlies, not even to me, I'll be out of the picture, and then I'll continue to work with you without any pressure. So, long story short, this week, Baruch Hashem, we signed in contract on a 7-acre property in the Poconos for the Farbrengen retreats. And this was all a long process. I mean, I guess not so long. I don't really know how these things work. After I was telling my wife with like this idea that like, from everything I learned in Tiferes, spread Hasidus to the world, bring Mashiach. And there's no limitation to that. And literally, like, in a joking way, I said, we need a forest. And just this week, Baruch Hashem, we got the forest. So the lesson is, with Tiferes, and I really mean it be'emes, with Tiferes, when you're in Tiferes, and when you're out of Tiferes, you're staying connected to the Mashpim, you can mamish accomplish things that are miraculous. Baruch Hashem. Okay, go yeah.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. We're going to try to move the program along pretty quickly. We still have 2 presenters, and we'd like to begin. We'll call upon a rabbi who made world news when there was, many of you know how there was the Bronx public school that was struggling, and until finally they decided to hire a Hasidic principal. And he did come in, made the front page and the news on CNN, and we bring to you our proud alumnus, Rabbi Shimon Warenker.
First, I want to say Akar Satov. The judge said, he went to the Grateful Dead. These are the grateful living, And to be grateful to be alive, to be grateful that we're part of Tiferes and still part of it. Because, some mention that you have to be connected. And I asked Rabbi Dubinsky to be my mashpia when I was a bacher here. And he said, let me think about it. After a couple days, he came back and said, I'll accept you. I want to share with you, I've been talking to him ever since. And that role is one in which not only have I been connected to this yeshiva, but I feel it's a lifeline, as many have said. I want to share with you a little bit about my story. And, I've heard remarkable stories just now shared by some other alumni. And just so that you get a slightly different perspective, I used to be a U.S. Army intelligence officer. I achieved the rank of captain, and I used to have a big portrait of Napoleon Bonaparte in my house. And because I thought the meaning to life was wealth, power, and glory. And on the road to that, I found it empty. I found it didn't answer meaning to life. And so I searched. I had a good friend, Amancio Argentari, who came here. And I decided it really worked for him, and I wanted to try it out. I came here 1 week prior to Gimel Thomas. And the place was rocking. I mean, folk were dancing on Shabbos. It was like very Levitic. When you entered the Zal, there was a roar of learning. And I was like, wow, this place is amazing. After Gimel Thomas, I was wondering if this is going to stay. If it's even half as good as it was, I thought this would be a great place to learn. It turned out to be more than just half. It's been an incredible experience. And what I learned from here is that I wanted to be a chassid. And that's a very loaded word, and it's not a very simple word to answer. And I'm not about to begin to answer that question to you, but that's the road I wanted to take. And now, as an intelligence officer, the skills that I had, if anybody's, has anyone here ever served in any military? Okay. Thank you for your service. So, unless I were to work for the CIA or FBI, the kind of work I did doesn't really is applicable to the civilian world. So, I started teaching, and I found I was really good at it. And soon enough, I was promoted up the ranks very quickly, and I was given a principalship of one of the 12 most violent schools of New York City. So just to give you an idea, New York City has, at the time, 1,800 schools, 1.1 million students, and the school they gave, so these 12 schools comprise 65% of the crime data. I was the 7th principal in 2 years of the school. This one school, Middle School 22 in the Bronx, was 20% of the crime data out of the 12. So they called it the hole of the holes. I called it the Holy of Holies. And I knew I was in the right place when I looked at the roster to see how many students I had. I had 770 students. Yes, boss. Nothing happens by coincidence. Especially as a chassid, you look for the Eibishter in everything you do. I've had stories of Igros. I'm not about to tell you many stories. All I wanted to share with you is that for those who are here as students, chop every minute. Really, don't spend the time sleeping. I saw that. And not to give you mussar, just understand why you're here. When I was here, I loved every minute. You know, I heard that now you have a gym. Well, back then, we had no gym. The gym was called me. I got a group of guys together, and early in the morning, before Hasidus, we would go out and run and do exercises so that we could be physically fit. And now to hear that you all have a gym, I'm like, wow, that's pretty amazing. More Hakar Satov that you should have for this wonderful yeshiva. Look, I've had a lot of things in the career, you know, and I heard a lot of questions, you know, about family, about how to continue Yiddishkeit, and I heard a lot of really good answers. And I think one of the things that really struck me is that when I left that poster of Napoleon Bonaparte, and I realized it's not about fame, power, or glory, or wealth. It's really about serving Hashem and trying to serve Hashem the best way we can. And so I replaced that with a poster of the Rebbe. And through my work, the French government gave me one of the highest awards that they have, which is a knighthood. So I'm, oh, by the way, correction, I'm also a doctor. So, not to say, but it just, when I got the doctorate at Harvard, my mom said, Shimon, you're still not a rabbi. And so I, of course, got smicha to make my mom proud. But this knighthood was established by Napoleon Bonaparte. And as you know, Napoleon Bonaparte was not a friend of Lubavitch. And I was thinking, boy, the Alter Rebbe must really be enjoying this moment as the French feted my wife and I. They shut down an entire museum. You know, they gave us the red carpet. In France, the museums are like the big thing, you know. And they gave me steak dinner with all the kosher meals and everything they did to the highest possible level. And I was thinking, you know, I ran away from that concept of fame, power, and glory. And I didn't want it. And when all the front page of the New York Times and all that kind of stuff, and Hollywood called, and Hollywood wanted to make movies. I mean, I got Billy Crystal calling me, all these other famous directors and stuff, and I turned it down. Now, a lot of people said, Shimon, you're making a mistake. It's a Kiddush Hashem. You should have movies, books written about this. And I'm going to share with you, I was just doing my job, and that's to serve Hashem. And I didn't want to go back to that portrait of Napoleon Bonaparte. That's not who we are. You don't see the Rebbe having movies made about him, and the Rebbe, quite frankly, was the real leader, is the real leader. And with that, I just want to say my gratitude to the rabbis here who are working hard. You have no idea the challenge. When they verbring, look, I just verbrung at Alway Torah, and I verbrung from 8 p.m. to 3:30 a.m. So I know a good verbringen, it's just fun. And by the way, it's not trapping, it's inspiring. That's what a verbringen is about. And here, look, I went to every verbringen. I was the last one to leave the verbringens. And I was always on Seder. Okay. Rabbi Brockman, other rabbis can attest. I kept Seder meticulously. Why? Because then why else are you here? If you're not here to attend Seder, you're missing the point. All right? I'm sharing this with you because this is when you get the ammunition. Once you leave here, it's really hard to continue learning. Really, really hard. All right? Because when you're married and you have children and you have jobs and you have all these pressures, it's not so simple to make time to learn. And as a chassid, you do, but it's hard. Here, you have all this farm, you have the rabbis, you have the luxury. It's unheard of. You've got all the gold. You've got all the diamonds. Take the time. Gather as much as you can. Don't waste a moment while you're here. And have gratitude. Come back. Show the rabbis here how much you love them and appreciate them. Because that's why I'm here. I'm here to really, I'm grateful. I was a Talmud here, and I feel always connected to Tiferes and the Rebbe as a result. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shimon. Dvar Mayetzim and Alev. Very, very amazing. The only thing that I ask from you is to come back and verbring with the boys. Yirtzeh Hashem, you will. Before we continue with our final presenter, I want to thank Rabbi Lubavik for being here and being a teacher in the yeshiva for a number of years and always continuing a connection with the Bachurim. And till today, Bachurim tell me about
the connection that they've had with Rabbi Lubavitch, whether it's here, whether it's in the shul, whether it's in Maplewood, and I therefore want to make that recognition clear. I want to thank you and bless you and yours. Also want to thank the Rosh Yeshiva of Timchei Tmimim, Rabbi Spalter, for coming to partake in the Simcha and wish us Mazel Tov. As I mentioned before to Rabbi Gans, it means a lot that we have the partnership of Timchei Tmimim and Tiferes. It's a great inspiration and a great partnership. Just want to mention who walked in. Now, one of our early alumni, the inspirational and amazing Rabbi Michal Mochnik, the inspirational and amazing Rabbi Tuvia Teldin, and our great partner of recent days, but really has been here long ago, before my time, Rabbi Eliezer Gold, and anyone else who I haven't mentioned. So Yasher Koach to all of you. And at this time, we've heard so much about what goes on in yeshiva. You've heard so much about what happens all around the world. How about what happens out of this world? Okay, and for that, the one and only Baruch Yonason Ruman. Rabbi Baruch Yonason Ruman can speak about the other world for a couple of hours. Here we're going to ask him to do it in a couple of minutes. Good luck.
Thank you, Rabbi Hecht. Thank you to the Tiferes Anhala. Thank you to Rabbi Wagner. Thank you to everyone here who has made such an epic event of an outpouring, really, of love and appreciation for the Rebbe's Moisid. This is a Moisid of the Rebbe and a direct connection to Tamchei Tmimim. And I just want to take a moment to thank the Hanhala, to thank everyone who not only made this possible, but who has made this possible over the years and who has made our experience possible over the years, day in and day out, to wake some of us up when we were sleeping and really to build an incredible just a moisid of the Rebbe. There's no other way to put it. And you can see quite clearly how it has grown exponentially, may continue to grow exponentially. I want to take another moment just to open up with that Rabbi Hecht had mentioned. Some of you may know me, some of you may not know me, some of you may know that I had a near-death experience, some of you may not know it, but that's, this is not necessarily the forum for that. So I have a link on my phone if you wanted to come and download it. It's a YouTube video. You could see it after the fact, and that would be an amazing way to continue the Fabringen. Speaking of being out of this world, but also being in this world, when I first came to Tiferes, it was because I was in Pegisha, which Baruch Hashem is an amazing time to go to the oil and to meet the Rebbe, and I was standing in the foyer of Olei Torah, and I hear a very loud, "Hey you," and I turn around and I'm like, "Who, me?" And I hear a very excited Rabbi Hecht, and he says, "Yes, you." And I did not know that this is one of the ways that Rabbi Hecht goes fishing for neshamas, but Baruch Hashem, he caught me, and he brought me to Tiferes. And I walked in, and I met the Hanhala. I met Rabbi Wagner, was the first rabbi I met outside of the yeshiva, and he said, "Come, what's your name?" And I introduced myself, and he immediately told me, because at the time I was only Yonason, I didn't have the name Baruch. Baruch Hashem, now I'm Baruch Yonason, but at the time, so Rabbi Wagner turns to me and he says to me, "Yonason, in Tiferes is where you will be born, in Tiferes is where you live, in Tiferes is where you will die, and we're going to bury you out back. We have a plot for you, don't worry." And mamish, so Baruch Hashem, I was reborn here. I'm currently living here, and thank God I've learned a tremendous amount of Chassidus, and now I know that death really means letting go and shedding one's inhibitions and who one thinks they are. That as we learn in the Chassidus from the Alter Rebbe and Pirkei Avos from Tanya a few weeks ago, that what does it mean that v'akacharcha meis, that against your will you will die, that v'atakarcha chai, that against your will you will live, means ratzai, to run after the Eibishter, and meis is to say, you know what, it's not about me, it's about what Hashem wants, it's about what the Rebbe wants, it's about Dir Leis Baruch, it's about making this world into a godly abode, and Tiferes has certainly given me that. To tell a little bit further about myself, I am the descendant, thank God, of my father and mother, which is why I'm Jewish, and I am so very grateful to the two of them for giving me a sense of Yiddishkeit. I grew up and I knew what Hanukkah was, and that to me was my Yiddishkeit, that and Kibbud Av V'Eim. When I was growing up in the lap of luxury, my mother is a doctor of psychology, so I didn't get away with much as a kid. And my father is a NASA engineer of 38 years, worked for all of the different three-letter agencies for the government for many, many years. And, I grew up, Take Your Kid to Work Day was going to see astronauts training and going to Goddard Space Flight Center and seeing how, the rockets are built and, going to see JPL Lab and seeing how the Mars rovers are built. Really just an unbelievable experience. And of course, as I became older, I realized how privileged this life that I have been given is. And thank God, because of my nepotism, I'm just kidding. Because of my own gifts that the Eibishter has blessed me with, I was able to work for NASA now for over 10 years, for a decade. Half of those years I was not yet from, and half of those years I was from. And I can tell you that the experience was out of this world. From beforehand, appreciating what man has been able to do to take us beyond Earth and to the stars, and on the other hand, appreciating the Rebbe's guidance to take that tremendous koyach and bring it back down here. Because the only reason that we do anything really is in order to have Avos Yisrael. Why do we have all of these amazing technologies and all of these unbelievable opportunities in life? I had the privilege of sitting in yeshiva on and off like Baruch and Niblim and a few others. Everyone has already said everything, and I'm just coming to say that I also had come in and out of yeshiva, and one of the times that I was here, I was getting to Fabring about the idea of what is tongues, with tongues are made in Pirkei Avos. It's a very esoteric seeming chapter in the ethics of our fathers, and the Rebbe has a chassidus on it that different poskim, or sorry, rather different sages agree or disagree. Is it true that tongues can only be made with tongues and the like? And the answer is really that what are we talking about? That it's about technology. All technology comes from tongues. The only way to make big machinery and molten things, and eventually now that we have the Daimim Mamish speaking with AI and with all of the different unbelievable technologies in your phone, in your smartphone or your flip phone in your pocket, you can call anyone on the face of the planet, and if you were to tell someone this 100 years ago, they would say you're crazy, or there's no way, or maybe I'm thinking 150 years ago, but you get the idea. And the Rebbe teaches us that really technology is not in the area of being kodesh l'chol. We're not meant to take technology and elevate it. Technology is already something that is elevated. We're meant to utilize technology to go bein kodesh l'kodesh, from one holiness to another holiness. We have to come down in here into the world. We have to elevate the earth to fill in from cows and leather hide and mezuzahs, also and from the ink and from the Avos Yisrael, from the food that we give one another, whether it's spiritual food or physical food. But all of this great technology and all of these tools are really only meant to bring us closer to one another, closer to our Father in heaven, and as the Rebbe teaches us, to bring it back down here for people to benefit from. So, thank God all of us had the great benefit of sonograms and of all kinds of medical technology that we have benefited from over the years, all of which was only possible through NASA. And there are many medical miracles that exist because there was a scientist, a NASA scientist in the Rebbe's office, presenting an amazing thing that he had worked on at NASA, expecting accolades and applause from the Rebbe. And the Rebbe, without skipping a beat, immediately said, "And how is it going to help Yidden here on Earth?" And it bothered the scientist so much that he went and he found a way to actually make his technology applicable to MRI machines, which is an unbelievable thing that allows us to catch diseases early and all kinds of things. And the point that I'm trying to make over here is that I feel so incredibly grateful for not only the life that I was given once, but the life that I was given twice, and really the life that I was given 3 times by being given the true source of life, which it comes from Torah, from Torah's HaChassidus. And I'm just so unbelievably grateful to the Hanhala, to everyone who has had even just one hand in my journey, as we learned from David HaMelech, that he learned from Achitofel 2 things. And over here, I keep learning and learning and growing and growing, and there is really no end to the growth that can happen. And as I'm sure I don't have to say to anyone here in this room, everybody here already knows, but to those of whom are watching around the world, or to anyone whom these words reach, I inspire you, or at least I would like to inspire you, to connect yourself to the rabbis here who truly care about each and every one of you, to make yourselves available to come and to sit and to learn Torah, whether it's here or outside of the walls of Tiferes. You should know that Tiferes is a bastion of connection to your own soul, and that really there is nothing, as Gavriel put it, that stands in the way of one's desires to accomplish, and truly the stars in the sky is the limit. And whenever my father is asked, how are things looking, he at NASA, how are things going? He always says, things are looking up. We're always looking up. But that's the way things are, mamish, here in Tiferes, and it should go mechayil el chayil, and we should look to the stars, mamish, to the true stars, to the neshamis, and we should be able to bring all of our brethren back to the fold of Yiddishkeit, and we should be zeicha to be with the Rebbe, and we should be zeicha to have Mashiach b'mhira v'imenu mamish.
We're going to go down for the group photo momentarily. There is one more presenter, which is one which is very important, because one of the messages which we try to impart over here in Tiferes is that you don't have to go and fit into a box of the card-carrying shliach, so to speak, in order to go in shlichus. And we have so many alumni, Baruch Hashem, that are in so many different walks of life that are shluchim. And the last presenter, Rabbi Aaron Lazer Goodman, is one who represents that message, that he's a professional, a lawyer, Baruch Hashem, with a parnasa, and with his wife and his family, they're entirely dedicated to shlichus. So I'd like to ask Rabbi Aaron Lazer to come up and speak.
Someone with a blue Accord is blocking the picture area outside. Someone with a blue Honda Accord. White Honda Accord. Move it. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, it's 5:45. I thought we were done. I thought I escaped. But the trap is also in Tiferes as well. Okay, so yesterday we laid the parsha. We heard about Meraglim, and we read about the Meraglim. They came back with a bad message, but we also read about Meraglim in the Haftarah, and there were two different types. They came back with a good message. So a lot of people were learning probably yesterday the differences between the two. But one thing that you could see very clearly, actually, is that the lashon that's used to talk about the first set of Meraglim is taturu. They were touring, surveying the land, and they saw the big giants, and they came back afraid. And we learned that taturu is touring on a superficial level, whereas the Meraglim that were sent in the Haftarah, they were searching, and the word that was used was lachpor, which is to dig deep. And I think, I've heard a lot of presentations today, I think that there's a consistent message across the board, which is that Tiferes teaches us to go around wherever we are, whatever we're doing, and to look beyond the surface, clearly. We've heard doctors and lawyers and shluchim and all the different people doing different things, and everybody's looking for Hashem. And that is clearly, when you walk in the walls of Tiferes, that is clearly the message. That's what I've felt ever since. And so, as we've all been given, a huge hakaras hatov to the rabbis, the staff, everybody who, and all the talmidim that we've learned alongside, that help us live through this message, where we're all touring in our journeys and digging deep. So how does that apply to my life? So basically, in this message, yes, I'm talking about shlichus. So there's the standard shliach. The standard shliach goes out, the Rebbe sends him out, he goes to his place, and he has to open up a Chabad house or a campus or do whatever he has to do. But inevitably, he has to sustain himself. So he has to find an approach. What's his approach? Normally it's fundraising, takes a lot of time to fundraise, and that becomes also his shlichus. He's meeting people, he's connecting with people. Or maybe his way is he learns, or he teaches in a place of Kodesh. Let's say he becomes a teacher in a yeshiva or a school or something like that. And maybe a little bit controversially, maybe he opens a business on the side and he starts making some money on the business. Some do very well. And that's how he sustains his shlichus, and that becomes part of his shlichus. But the part that's kind of missed in this paradigm is the professional. A doctor, a lawyer, an accountant who has his profession, but at the same time finds himself in the place where he can actually go on a formal shlichus. Of course, we're all doing that in our lives, but how does it work? So in my case, every mashpia I've ever had has taught me that there's no stira between the two. And it started way back when. I always mention it when I have these talks in Tiferes, that before I became more observant, I met a gentleman, a chassid by the name of Mori Gutnik, and he was not a shliach. And he, back in Perth when we grew up, he showed us with an open heart and an open mind and an open table. He would bring people in, not in the formal status of a shliach, and bring and connect. And that's where he changed a lot of our lives. And by sitting at that table, I ended up on a journey which saw me arrive here, in not these walls, but those walls down there. And what happened? I arrive here and I meet Rabbi Faden. Rabbi Faden, he would verbring with us. And often in his verbringens, it would come up that he had been a financial expert in his earlier days. And the continued message that it's not a stira to bringing Hashem, or introducing people to Yiddishkeit. The message continues to go. And after my first stint in Tiferes, I went back to Australia, and Rabbi Faden tells me, stick close, make Reb Arel Sarabransky your mashpia, while you go off to be a lawyer there for a few years, and that's what I did. And while I'm there, Reb Arel Sarabransky tells me, the best opportunity for shlichus, for having an impact on people, is behind enemy lines. What's behind enemy lines? You're an attorney, go, take advantage. You're going to meet people in places that you could never otherwise meet if you were official status of this, or a rabbi, or a shliach. Use it, use it to your advantage. And that's exactly what I did. Now Hashem mitzadei gaver, and we never know where we're going to end up. And the last place I ever expected to end up was in Morristown, New Jersey. I'm still thinking that. But several years later, that's probably Rabbi Faden's fault also. What did Gabriel say? I didn't like it, but I listened. And I'm sitting in the kollel, and I'm learning here again, and of course, the message is brewing. And I take the opportunity to take the bar in New York, and now I find myself an attorney in Manhattan. Can't believe it. And for the last 10 years, I've been practicing law, real estate, corporate law in Manhattan, and there is no better place I have found to impact another neshama at a closing table. There's millions of dollars changing hands, and there's no better place. You can put tefillin on people, there's fancy food, you can make brachas, you can say Dvar Torah, and everybody's shaking hands. And most of the deals that I like to make are a win-win situation. Buyer, seller, seller's making money, buyer's getting a product, ask Gabriel as well. He just did a transaction. So it's a win-win situation for all. And there you're bringing Elikus to the table. Fine, but what does that mean on a formal shlichus? Okay, so brings us to today. So today, 4 years ago, around October 7th time, the shluchim of Southeast Morris County, the Rabbi Lubin and Rabbi Lubin, approached my wife and myself and asked us to help them open up a Chabad house at Drew University, which of course, all we ever do is try to look for opportunities to bring the Torah Chassidus to everywhere. So we jumped at the opportunity. And we get to the campus, and the campus is filled with, there's not a lot actually, there's not a lot when I say filled. There's a very small number of Jews there, and it's probably a difficult place for a shliach to sustain himself under the traditional mechanisms of fundraising or whatever people do. And Baruch Hashem, I have a solution. You know, I have my own firm, and I'm okay on that point, and I can bring that to the shlichus. Not only that, but when I go to campus and people find out that I'm also a lawyer, people appreciate that. When I meet with the people who are doing UN projects or pre-law studies or whatever it is, it's a bonus. Anyway, so we come to the campus, and there's a few Jews there, and they're kind of in hiding because at that time, as you will know, it's full of anti-Semitism. It's a liberal arts institution, and v'day lemevin, you know how it is. So the only approach we could do is lachpor. We have to just go out and dig deep. And it's not necessarily about making fantastic programming, although my wife is an expert at doing that, but it's really just about connecting for their benefit. Meeting Jews, oh, you'll know as well, because you're always there on every Friday. And you meet the Jew, you connect with the Jew, you can put tefillin on him, you can give him a hug, you can talk to him about how things are, and gradually, as it's gone on, we have created a place on campus that Jews feel comfortable now to come out. Some of them are wearing Magen Davids, and we hope this year to we want to do a meeting with some of the teachers and bring some students here, and they should get to know this institution and see what we can do between the two institutions to try and connect them, because look at this. I mean, I'm proud to bring them to this beautiful establishment. And so, I want to tell you that together with the Lubins, we feel that this is a new kind of path that we think that shlichus should see coming along as a trend. And in fact, I'm not the only one that does it. It came from Tiferes. Later tonight, I think you're going to see a video from Dr. Danny Abelev, and he's a professional doctor. I don't know, are there unprofessional doctors? I don't know. But he's a doctor, but at the same time, at ASU, he helps the campus shliach over there run their shlichus. And that's what he does together with his wife. And I'm sure there are others that I haven't mentioned. But the point is that Tiferes stands at the forefront to blaze new pathways for us to bring the Rebbe's message to the world. And I want to encourage everybody in their role. If you've listened to anyone and everyone that's spoken today, there's no question, every single person in this room and every person who hopefully watches these videos, there's an opportunity for you too to find a way for yourself to be a shliach and bring the message of Torah Chassidus to your sviva, to your surroundings. Thank you very much. Mazel tov today, and Michael Okar.
Okay, thank you very much, Aaron Laser, and thank you every presenter, and thank you all of the rabbis, and thank you everybody for coming. And right now we're going to ask everyone to please head downstairs to the circle where we're going to have a group photo. The Rebbe himself was very interested.
Please, everyone wash, have a seat. Collins, please, this is your table. Collins, please, this is your table. Rabbi Canman, this is your table. Yes. Gabriel and Daniel Collin right here. Can I ask you to sit on that table? The next table. Next table. Perfect. Noach and Dr. Ari, Rabbi Ari, could be right here. Noach and Dr. Ari, Rabbi Ari and Noach. You could be here at this table. Rabbi Ari, Noach, this table. Collins right here, please. Goldwasser table. Goldwasser table. Abraham. Lady, do you have a seat? Rabbi Berkowitz.
Baruch Shachiyanu v'Kimanu v'Hiyanu l'zman hazeh. Heidu Lashem Kitov Kili Elam Chastei. The chesed of the Eibishter is what brought us here today together, and the brachos of the Rebbe are what channel that chesed to us, that we should be able to enjoy its influence and its abundance. Every time I go to the Oyel, every time I write to the Rebbe, I ask for the Rebbe's brachos, for the yeshiva, for all of the Talmidim, for all of the students in yeshiva, for all of the alumni, for all of the Tomchim, the supporters of yeshiva. Baruch Hashem, we're blessed with phenomenal students who go on to become outstanding alumni, leaders in their community wherever they go. And I ask for brachos that they should all have bani, chaya, mezaynu, b'kulim revichi, brachos in all areas. And I ask for brachos for our hanhala. One of the brachos that I always ask for is that the hanhala should be able to accomplish their job with achdus, with unity together as a team. The fact that the hanhala are different than each other doesn't disturb that team. On the contrary, it enhances it. Each hanhala brings to the table a unique flavor, unique ingredients. Rabbi Dubinsky, with his wisdom and instruction, Rabbi Brafman, with his warmth and his guidance, Rabbi Faden, encouraging and inspiring every bacher to be the best that they can be. Rabbi Mishulavin, with his steadfast constancy, Rabbi Weinstein, with his illuminating passion, and Rabbi Hecht, with his exuberant energy and chayes. Mentioning Rabbi Hecht, I have to offer an apology. Every time I have a mishigas, I want to run this program, I want to make a Shabbaton, I want to go with the Bachurim on a trip, I want to meet some shluchim with them. Rabbi Hecht is the one that has to suffer from all my mishigasim the most. The self-imposed deadlines. Did we call this person? Did we reach that person? Where are things holding? How many people signed up? What's going on? Why don't we have more? And so on and so forth. But although I have charata for driving him crazy, I don't have Kabbalah al ha'asid not to continue doing it. In fact, I'm going to continue because after all, look at the results. And of course, none of us Hanala would be able to accomplish anything that we do. Behind every great man, there is an Eishes Chayil. Our wives, who are juggling their own teaching and shlichusim with being an Tiferes Habayis, and yet encouraging us to spend time with the Bachurim in yeshiva, to farbrang, to give more shiurim, to make ourselves available, opening their homes, that the Bachurim can come there. This is what allows us, this is the secret to our success over here in yeshiva. But the Hanhala are not just those that we see in front of us in Zal, giving shiurim and farbranging on a daily basis. There are Hanhala who are working behind the scenes also. That them too, I ask for brachos for every time I write, including Rabbi Tzrili Goldberg. On Chol HaMoed, when the rest of us are going on trips with our families, Rabbi Goldberg is in his office making sure that the grades are getting finished, that all of the government forms are being filled out. This Friday afternoon, well after Chatzos, when everyone else was busy getting ready for Shabbos, Rabbi Goldberg was here in this auditorium, making sure that things would be set up in the most beautiful fashion, in a way that should be, as he put it, l'shemu l'Tiferes, where everything is going to go, making sure that every last piece is the way that it's supposed to be, again and again and again. And always in the background, Rabbi Shirley is the one that is pulling everything together in a way that allows all of the Hafatzas Hamayanis that happens in Tiferes to be able to take place. And of course, there's Rabbi Herson. I'm very blessed to work for Rabbi Herson, with Rabbi Herson, for many years already. He's acted for me as a mentor and a friend, encouraging me and helping me do my shlichus. And when he starts now with running this Mesed, he brought a vision into running the Mesed, which allows for all of the expansion that we're benefiting from and enjoying in such an abundant way. So it's my pleasure and my honor to ask Rabbi Herson to open up and share some words with us.
This is a beautiful vision. I was here Shabbos, and just being in Tiferes, davening in Tiferes, verbringing in Tiferes, learning in Tiferes, the ruach, the feeling was something that was uplifting for me, and I'd like to come back. I grew up my conscious life with Tiferes. I was 3 years old when my father, Al Shalom, bought the property for 10 chetninim. And I was 4 years old when he had the idea, and he was encouraged by some campus shluchim, to create a yeshiva for the campus boys coming. It was not a simple fit. Some of the parents from Tiferes had questions. And my father was in Yechidus, and the Rebbe presented the questions. My father presented his solutions. And the Rebbe ended the Yechidus by saying in Yiddish, Al Koponim, bottom line, Eibdu ves machlet zayin, Efnen the Mesed. If you decide, you Rabbi Herson, if you decide to open this institution, said, Zolst es anrufen Tiferes Bachurim, call it Tiferes Bachurim. The Rebbe gave the name. And the Rebbe added, because back in Russia, in the difficult times of communism, institutions of this sort were called Tiferes Bachurim. That was 54 years ago. I don't know, as much as I spoke with my father about the beginnings and about his work, I don't know how much he envisioned at that time of what it would mean to gel and to develop a yeshiva like Tiferes Bachurim. But one thing that I do know is when I started working here and I got closer to Tiferes Bachurim, I started to understand more about the Anhola and their work. I started to understand more about the development of the Bachurim and the Ruach in the Beis Medrash and the life changes of the Bachurim. I was humbled, genuinely humbled and energized. And I shared that with my father. I was humbled because I learned in yeshivas all my life. But a yeshiva that is so all-encompassing of a bacher, a yeshiva where the staff is not from the moment you enter their class until the moment you leave their class, but from the moment they meet you, it's very, very often a lifelong relationship where bachurim get married, become parents, become grandparents, and they're still consistently in contact with their Anhola. To me, that's humbling and energizing because I want a piece of that. I am honored to be able to be a piece of that. This morning, one of my sons-in-law asked me, how was Shabbos in Tiferes? I said, it was great, it was beautiful, uplifting. He asked me, he said, of all the divisions of the RCA, would you say that Tiferes is the most impactful? And I said, you know something? I never thought of it that way. Every one of our mosques has its lane, its focus, and is Baruch Hashem very successful in growing in it. To measure impact, so let me think. So, you know, I asked him, when you got married, were you in touch with the Anhola of the Beis Medrash you went to? When you had a child and you had to make a bar mitzvah, were you in touch with the people who taught you when you were 19, 20? He says, of course not. I said, think, 54 years, the lives are touched with, filled with Chassidishkeit, the families raised, the children raised, the grandchildren raised. It's mind-boggling. I can't believe my father even allowed himself to have that vision in 1972. I would say, right now from his perch, he's basking in it. But that is part of what makes it humbling and energizing for me. The new Zal you saw today is about taking those 54 years and moving it forward, taking that dream, taking that vision, and taking it to the next step. Rabbi Wagner, the staff, they have ideas, and they want to expand Tiferes, not just in space, in quality, in reaching out to different demographics. And it's up to us, and I say this again with the feeling of humility and energy. We have such a jewel, and we have the staff who wills it and can do it to take this far beyond where it's been up to this 54 years. So Rabbi Wagner gave brachas for the staff. I want to give my bracha to the staff. May you be able to see the actualization of your dreams and be able to add to the enormity of the impact of this incredible message. May you continue to generate things which humble me, and I can guarantee you that my energy and my commitment and my passion to helping you actualize those dreams and the dreams that my father started 54 years ago will, Bez Hashem, be with you, work together, we're going to create totally new vistas for Tiferes. We are about to go to our alumni introductions. Okay, stand there. We can have some reception music. We'll be serving the soup. I do want to take this opportunity, though, to thank Rabbi Wagner. This entire gathering never happened before in all the years of Tiferes, and the Yachikala never happened before, and many other type of programs, like admittedly drive me crazy, but make me happy later, have never happened before. And it's all thanks to the vision and the Mesiras Nefesh of Rabbi Wagner, and together with Rabbi Herson behind us and the whole team, because we're all part of it. There's clearly brachas coming on behalf of you, the Bachurim, that's the whole yeshiva and the alumni. So, Yasher Koyach.
Once again, thank you so much. Yisrael Melamed, our musician from Temchet Mimim. Just another sign of the wonderful partnership of Tiferes and Temchet Mimim. Yisrael Melamed in particular is always available to help us at any of the yeshiva and rabbinical college functions. And we're very much appreciative for all of his help. We praise him for his talent. At this time, we're going to have a pretty quick-moving section called Alumni Introductions, where we'll give you an opportunity to meet. I want to just tell you, like I've told many of you, when I was looking for a place to go on Shlichus, I went to the Shluchim office, and then people told me, sign up for anything you could sign up. So I looked for, I said, I'll deal with seniors, I'll deal with children, chaplaincy, camp, anything. I'll do whatever. But one thing I did not check off was yeshiva. I was like, I had enough of that. But when Tiferes became an option, I was like, oh, that's not just a yeshiva, that's a brotherhood. So in this brotherhood, it's important to get to know your brothers. And I heard once about a very big Lubavitcher mishpacha. Once people were sitting at a table, the guy looked across the table and said, excuse me, are you my brother? Yeah. So our first person will be right here. I was told not to introduce because each person who will be given the mic will be asked to introduce themselves. Please kindly rise and give an intro.
Shalom Aleichem Chevra, I'm Rabbi Tuvia Teldin. I live in Long Island. I'm a shliach there. And I know that Rabbi Herson talked about 54 years ago, so just in case anybody thought that his numbers were off, I was there in the very beginning of 54 years ago. So it's been quite a journey. And I have to tell you that when I go places, let's say somebody asks me, how'd you become from? So I'm not going to go through the whole story, but just I usually say that of course the shliach where I first made contact, and he was the one who sent me to New York or gave me the opportunity to learn here. But then somebody added on and said, you were makared by that shliach and Morristown. I said, you're right, because if he had sent me to Morristown and Morristown was a dud, then I would have been out of here, I would have been on to the next step, the next stop on the train tracks. So I think it's for all of us, at least most of us, I don't know anybody here, but for most of us, I would guess that it's the shliach who first contacted us and turned us on to the Rebbe and to the Lubavitch and to the Eibishter. And Baruch Hashem, I was zeicher to be able to go on and learn in Miami and in Chavitor and 770 and Kolel, and through a crazy story of Shkacha Pratis, I ended up on Long Island. So I'm very thankful for that, and it's been been a great way to increase the skashus by being a shliach and by really doing the Rebbe's work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The camera's that way, so we'll just ask the speakers to stand facing the camera. Okay? The next person we'll ask to speak will please kindly introduce himself. Where's the camera? Right there. Okay.
Hi everyone, I'm Michal Machevik. I was also in the first class at Tiferes. Now, things were a little bit different then. And you are all invited, Tuvia and I, Rabbi Teldin and I, will be conducting, or at least beginning the Farbringen later on at the end. Okay. Having said that, what? You just have to imagine now that this yeshiva at that time started with a group of guys who basically just came out of the 60s. And many of them were still quite in the 60s. Okay? And you can you can't imagine, but you can try to imagine. Half of us were, how should we say, Yale or whatever, that type. And some others were like, I don't know, like, I think we looked at them like nerds. Anyways, we had a very interesting combination of Bachurim at the time. And I just want to tell you the first thing that I learned about God was that I wasn't. Okay? So much for the 60s. Anyways, so I just want to say that the Hanhala was different in those days, and it was Rambam Lipsker, Zozai Gazon, and his brother Fitzi Lipsker, although Shalom were our teachers, and Rav Aslev also taught us Shirim at the time. Anyways, I just want to just share one little thing, that when I was in Yechidus during my stay, we were the first Bachurim to go into Yechidus. We had private Yechidus. It was the first year around Eir time, and there was about 8 of us. We went in separately, and I showed the Rebbe some of my art, and I asked the Rebbe, like, one of the questions I asked was like, can I do some in yeshiva? And the Rebbe said it shouldn't disrupt the schedule of yeshiva, where you're supposed to be learning 24/7, you know what I'm saying? So, but there was a time just before kids would play basketball, before Shabbos, and mostly Shabbos a little time, and so I did stuff, and I usually gave them as gifts. If someone got engaged, I gave them a wedding gift. Even then, I was a terrible businessman. In any which case, just to sum up, the Rebbe did say that, and I stuck to it. And for the 2 years I was there, I sat and learned, and it's to this day, thank the one above, that I followed the Rebbe's directives. 2, you became the head shliach of Long Island and continued to learn many more years in yeshiva. And I left and painted pictures, but Baruch Hashem, God took care of me. Okay.
Thank you so much. Of course, Rabbi Michal Muchnik's art is celebrated around the world in Lubavitch and beyond. And thanks to Michal Muchnik, I had a chavrusa for years in yeshiva. And thanks to Rabbi Michal Muchnik, his son is a shliach, who is the one who brought Gabriel Collin and his father, Daniel Collin, in Oxnard, and other shluchim around the world. Our next introduction will be done by the introductee.
Hey. Oh yes, distinguished rabbis. My name is Yoshua Rubin. I'm a Tiferes alumnus from Tupshin Ayin Daled. Thank you. And now long story, I ended up being a chaplain in the Navy, and I'm very grateful to, yes, thank you. The Rebbe Shliach of the U.S. Navy, I should say, yes, Baruch Hashem. And I owe a lot of it to my very formative year here in Tiferes, where, I'm not going to go into my whole story, but, my first yeshiva that I was ever in was in Mayanot in Yerushalayim, and that was kind of like the initial spark, but I really feel like I came here, and Rabbi Brachman was for bringing over Shabbos, and by the way, alumni, you must make it a kaviyas, like once a year, once in a yovel, I don't care what it is, to come back to yeshiva for a Shabbos. Like it's revitalizing. It's amazing, and I'm like coming back home. I feel like so. Rabbi Brachman was for bringing over Shabbos about what is a yeshiva. It's lashon hisyashvus. So coming to Tiferes was a year for me of hisyashvus, of bringing the spark and the Hasidus down to a seder, where it's something that when you're on a U.S. warship for 6 months, you need a seder. You could just get washed up and lost in the whole thing. And Baruch Hashem, I had a seder on the ship while I was there. Lots of amazing stories I'm not going to get into now, but really grateful to be here, and I want to give a bracha that the yeshiva should keep going l'chayil l'chayil, and yes.
Thank you so much, and continued hatzlacha to you and your family. Our next introductee had caught me by surprise when he first called to the yeshiva to apply. I'll let him speak for himself.
Okay. Thank you, all the rabbis. I'm Moshe Yan from China. The Kaifeng Jewish community is very old, over 700 years. The Jewish from Iran, Iraq area moved to China. In the capital of Kaifeng, the emperor allowed Jews to settle there because for good business. Then we lost there, but we still keep some mitzvah, like not eat pork. Then after the Chabad in Beijing and Shanghai and Khan. I contact with them. They introduced Rabbi Katz to me, and he contacted the yeshiva. I began to learning here from 2003 to 2005. Okay, this is my American family, all brothers with me, and I love yeshiva. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moshe. Please continue growing in your Yiddishkeit. And I always love when you call me with your latest inventions, whether it's the shofar turbine or whether it's the magnet which makes you younger. Keep on going. It's beautiful. Okay. At this time, I'd like to introduce our next introductee, who has made all the efforts to come here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, distinguished rabbis, distinguished guests. My name is Chanukas. Can't believe that I'm back at this wonderful institution. I was selected to be Tiferes from Samaches through Tavshinai, that's 2007 to 2010. Humbled to see a lot of people that I don't know. I was hoping more of my Shabbat will be here, but what can you do? Next year, Mirz Hashem. Fantastic. So much to say. We are in Shlichus today, Baruch Hashem, in Simcha John's Newfoundland. It's the easternmost part of Canada. It's not easy, small community. But you know what? Life outside of yeshiva is not easy. Once yeshiva is this amazing cocoon, you could just learn, and like everybody was saying today through the different sessions, you're in this place where you're just working on becoming a better person, working on your midas. There's nothing else quite like it. And like every second and every minute is so precious. And also, like others said before, the friends that I made in yeshiva are friends that I cherish and I still have today. Some are here, some are not here today. But I would feel terrible if anybody's listening to me speak and they look up at me and they feel like, oh wow, like look at this guy, like he really made it. He's a shlichus, and you know, and we have this mikvah now, and we're less than 10 years there, and it's like so much mysterious nefesh. And I would feel terrible if anybody feels that they can't accomplish or they can't do anything that me and my wife have done, Baruch Hashem. I really think that anybody could do it, and you know what? Everybody has issues. My life is not perfect. I take medication for depression every day. Sometimes I'm not sure how we're going to cover the next payroll. We live in a small community. But you know what? I keep putting one foot in front of the other, and it's the foundation that I got from Tiferes that keeps me going. There's this expression that somebody is running on fumes. When you're busy, you're working, you're outside of yeshiva, you don't have that time to learn, you're running on fumes. You're running on that foundation that you established when you were in yeshiva. It's so important to use out every moment. And I'll finish with a story. Before the story, I'll say one more thing that's connected to the story. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I hope I don't get kicked out. When Matisyahu, the singer, shaved his beard, he went off the derech. I don't know you, but when I was becoming frum, I was very inspired by him. I was listening to his music. When he went off the derech, I can't say that I was depressed, but it hurt me. And when he was interviewed by Aish, he said that there were things that he had taken on when he was becoming religious that he didn't relate to later on. And you know what? He is right. And I realized it's been 20 years almost since I was at Tiferes, and I cannot be frum today because of the inspiration that I had 20 years ago. Today, Baruch Hashem, I'm learning Tanya with a new Geshmak, I'm learning Tanya Be'iyun, holding my Perech of Gimel. My point is, not for the applause, my point is that you always have to reconnect to Yiddishkeit in a new way. The same, you have changed throughout the years. Your mind changes, you're more mature, your life has changed. So you can't live now with the Yiddishkeit you had 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 years ago. You have to reconnect to stay strong, whether it's coming back to Tiferes, but really you have to do this every single day, even just learning 5 minutes a day, and very importantly, to find that mashpia or a person or a mentor that you could turn to when you're having a hard day, because we all do, we all have hard days. And that's what I love about the Tanya. You open up the Tanya, it's a Sefer Shel Beinanim. When I came to yeshiva, like many of you already imagined, you thought you were a tzaddik, that the right mitzvahs, you do more mitzvahs than avedis, you're the tzaddik. Unfortunately, that will bring us right back to reality. That that's not a good, but that's okay. Relax. We all have ups and downs. You're all right. Just keep going. Fake it till you make it. Be'ezer Hashem will become a ben and you keep learning the Tanya. I'll finish with my story. There was an Israeli backpacker, grew up secular, finishes the army. He ends up in Pushkar, India. Anybody know where that is? Raise your hands. Pushkar, India. Somebody said yes? Okay, cool. So he ends up in the Havanas of Shimi Goldstein in India, where he has another young Israeli backpacker learning Tanya with the Israeli backpackers that come in. So they sit down and they start learning Tanya Perek Beis. Vanefesh Hashenis V'Yisrael Chelek Elekam Imal Mamish. The second, the Neshama of a Yid, is literally a part of Hashem. The backpacker who had just came in, he almost fainted. Because all the trips that he had done, all the money that he had spent, all the different experiences that he had and he went through to find something, to find that which was missing, was inside of him all along. And that's why I want to finish with this, because anything I accomplish, you could do it too. You also have an extra keys, you have a powerhouse inside of you. Learn Tanya and find it. Thank you very much.
Very, very, very amazing. Yasher Koyach Gadol. And now, with no introduction.
None whatsoever. Okay, I'll do the boring stuff quickly. Monty Stone, Chicago, Illinois, lawyer. That's my son Hanani over there, second generation. He's there somewhere. I could talk about myself, but I heard Moshe, who I never in a million years thought I would see Moshe Yan again. And he's not the only person I'm running into here, and I'm getting phone numbers, and I'm seeing people again. It's amazing. And I'm reminded of a story. Moshe, when he was in yeshiva, he had this bicycle. Those who were here probably remember Moshe Yan on the bicycle. And he would bike into town, he'd come back with a basket full of stuff and this bicycle. And then one day, thank God it worked out okay, but he was in a very bad accident. A car hit him, he was on a bicycle. And he was in the hospital, and so Moshe Yan in the hospital, and we hear about it, word gets around in yeshiva, and so a car full of guys from Tiferes are like, all right, we got to go to the yeshiva, we got to go to the hospital, check out Moshe. So we all go down to the hospital, and it's after hours, because it's after Seder, and the nurses say, listen, it's family only, it's not visiting hours, it's family only. And we say, yeah, no, we're all his brothers. And they let us in. So, I just want to say about an evening like this, and everybody here should be thinking this. If any person in this room, some of you I know, most of the ones I know I like, some of you I don't know, but if any person in this room calls me and says, listen, I'm going to be in Chicago, I need a place to stay, can you help me with this, can you help me with shidduchim, can you help with my kids, with school? Any person in this room would call me, and I heard, oh, it's a Tiferes connection, the answer is yes. We'll find out to work. And I just want you to know, and I hear the ditto, I am confident without asking, and it has happened in the past for my kids. I've needed things. My son has needed a different son needed a place in Crown Heights, and I've needed other things. And I'm telling you, I'm confident if I'm anywhere in the world, there's a Tiferes alum, and I know I need something, if I say, listen, I'm a Tiferes, I know that's all I need to say, and the same will be extended to me. So when we told the nurse in the hospital, listen, we're his brothers, we weren't kidding. Every single person in here, I have no friends in this room. I only have family. So.
And now for a person who's hard to pinpoint to one spot, I'd like you to please introduce yourself.
Oh, me? Hello. Tiferes. Camera. My name is Yaakov Kahneman. My life is taking some twists and turns, but we're, Baruch Hashem, we're on Shlichus of the Rebbe to rural northeast Arizona. And I'll just keep it short, but the biggest development this year is that we built the first, or sorry, I can't say it's the first for sure, but for sure the only full-time mitzvah tank in the state of Arizona. So we're very, very proud of that accomplishment and really spreading the light mamish to the top. I can't imagine more Tachton than rural Arizona. So I'm sure Canada, that is also, but I'm very grateful for my time in Tiferes. I actually love Tiferes so much. I married a woman named Tiferes. No, my wife's name is Tiferes. But very, very much, grew a lot, and very grateful to everyone here, and Hanhola and everyone.
Thank you very much. We'd like to give a warm bracha for the Canon to continue that tzlacha and for health and for nachas. It looks like this table is becoming the lucky one. We'd like to ask someone who started off very close to the Morristown geographically and got even closer, please, but no need for an introduction.
Yeah, hi, my name's Simcha Goldstein, and I close the next town over, West Orange, New Jersey, and that's where I met Rabbi Herson, Alav Shalom. Actually, his house was right across from mine, up the hill, and whenever his lights wouldn't be on, my wife would get all upset, she'd get all nervous, and I don't know, would she call somebody? I don't know exactly what she would do, but anyway. So anyway, my life started out as a Yeshivat Rambam, which is Maimonides School, Rav Soloveitchik School in Boston, and then on to Tarvadas, and on to Yeshiva University. 40 years as FX, foreign exchange, settlement, and trading, knowledge, whatever I did for them, for Citibank. And then I met Rabbi Hurston at the Chabad House in West Orange. I didn't know who he was, I didn't know anything about, I'd been to a couple of Farbrengens, I saw the Rebbe a few times, the lightning bolt or whatever, as they say, right? But what did I know, right? So, and Rabbi Hurston never was one to, tell you things, to do things, whatever. I would sit next to him in shul, I would schmooze with him, he's a regular guy, we'd have a little drink after davening. And then once I left my position at Citi, because, it was 40 years of travel. I had, 2,000 staff worldwide, it was crazy. So he suggested, he says, listen, Simcha, what are you going to do next? What's going to be your next step? So I told him, I want to, me and my wife, we want to get in an apartment in Netanya. We want to walk the boardwalk every day, right? So he says, you know what? Until you do that, there's a yeshiva down the road. I didn't know anything about Morristown. There's a yeshiva. Why don't you come there? Meet with Rabbi Hecht and one of the Rebbeim, and you'll see what you'll do. So I went, right? And first thing I see is this big rabbi, right? And he's like, either he's playing football, he was jostling with one of the guys, who ever heard of that before in my world, right? Yeshiva world, right? So anyway, long story short, the hour a week that I would spend at Rabbi Wagner, encouraged me, and it went on, and I got smicha, and so on. This is a long story. 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, my wife said, why are we staying in New Jersey? It's cold, right? Let's move to Florida, right? I had 2 kids in Florida already, so we moved to Florida, right? And, I assume a lot of people have been to Florida. There's such opportunity in Florida for mitzvahim, for touching another Jew, right? There were tens of thousands of Jews in Florida that, just have no connection, and they're happy to get a menorah, they're happy to get matzah, they're happy to put tefillin on, but you have to approach them, of course, but they're there, the Jews are there, right? And then, so I would do Mitzayim, I got a golf cart. People laugh, I got a golf cart. I don't play golf, but I got a golf cart. I got a big booming music. I go around. It doesn't matter when it is because, I'm not working really. So, except at nursing homes. So if I go into nursing homes, sometimes, actually two nursing homes said, listen, we want to hire you as the chaplain, as the rabbi. They don't have anybody. They don't know what a rabbi is, but they have a lot of Jews there, right? So, so that's the important thing. So, I do that, and then, then the Mitzayim, and then we had Paltiel. What was it? What's his name? Yisrael? Yossi Paltiel in our community in Coral Springs, Florida, this past Shabbos. And he was so, I've heard it before, but he was so definitive. He says, what the Rebbe wants you to do? The Rebbe doesn't want you to, of course he wants you to put tefillin on people. He wants you to do the but he wants you to be creative, creative. Get an idea and go with it, right? As long as it's, within the realm of things, right, of Chabad and whatever. So we decided we're gonna do a family purity. We're gonna build a mikveh. There's a mikveh there, but it's in the shul. And that's not always a good thing for it to be in the shul, and the community is huge. So I'll look for Shagai. Not me, but I'll look for Shagai. I'm a good friend of mine. He decides he's gonna head it up. He asked me to help him. So we've been raising money, we're doing plans and websites and everything, and, talking to people and getting things. And Baruch Hashem, it's moving along very, very nicely. Eventually be a, $5 million facility, 4 or 5 blocks away from the shul. And so I'm spending a lot of my time on that, And it's just been an enjoyable. It's been a good run, a good journey, and it's going to continue, Baruch Hashem.
Thank you so much, Simcha. Very beautiful. And right next to you in good company, we have our next intro, please, who needs no introduction.
Hi, everybody. They didn't tell me what to talk about. I had no idea I was going to do this or what the format was, so I'm just going to kind of make it up here. It's kind of emotional. It's a little bit hard. I talk to people for a living, but this finding difficulty to bring it all in here. Such amazing things we just heard. Yeah, don't worry, I got it. I'm Yeshua Berkowitz from Montreal and Abshlichus in Montreal, which is a nice thing. And I learned here from Samach Vav to Ayin Beis, not Tiferes Samach Vav, but Tafshin Samach Vav, Tafshin Ayin Beis, Rabbi Rashab joke. Okay, such beautiful things we just heard. Rabbi Teldin, an OG, can we say that here? A legend, and Rabbi Wunschnick. I'm a proud owner of one of your yard site boards, beautiful art, Michael Bauhaus, and so many amazing people here we got to meet. Yeshua Rubin, who I got to meet after we learned, and my old friend Hanan. Hanan is my hero. Even though we chef each other at every chance we have, I'm one of the few people who's been to the Simcha John's, and I don't know how he does it, and I think about it all the time, that it's unbelievable shlichus, and it's amazing. And I'm privileged to have him as a guest at my house every summer. I'm looking forward to seeing you this summer. And what Reb Moti Stone said, to second that, I just had a fellow alumnus come over to my house, coming to Montreal a few weeks ago, and he lost his place to stay, and he called me a few hours in advance, and I didn't ask my wife, I told my wife, somebody's staying over tonight, because he's a Tiferes guy, and that's just how we go. So, okay, it didn't really happen like that. I begged, I got my feet in bed, okay? Please, can you stay over? Okay, that's really what happened. So just to conclude, I just want to say one thing, and so many other people, Shaul Robson, my first roommate, and a good friend, and so many amazing people here. I just want to conclude with one thing, which is there's a certain alumnus who I've gotten back in touch with, who learned here and had some challenges, and it was hard for him. And he, went on a different journey after Tiferes, different places, and we reconnected. And I've been helping him with different things that I do, dating coaching, and I do different things. But lately, he has become much more in touch with Yiddishkeit, and it's a very beautiful thing to see. And I sent him pictures from here, and he said, if only I would have known, I would have been there. He doesn't live anywhere close to here. He would have to fly from somewhere in the U.S. But he's like, I can't believe I'm not there. Next year, Mitzvah Shem. But just like everything else, this is going to be more work for Rabbi Hecht. Okay, what I'm going to say now. But we need, I will help with this, more work for both of us. We need to do, we have a beautiful WhatsApp group, and I'm going to add them to the WhatsApp group. But we need maybe more organized and thoughtful and intentional alumni programs. I mean, look at this. Look at this room. This is unbelievable. What Rabbi Herson said at the beginning about the most impactful organization, maybe the most impactful Chabad organization in the world. I'm hearing things upstairs. I can't believe what I'm hearing about Rabbi Colin is his name. What he's accomplishing. I'm just blown away. And it's like we don't even know each other because we're from different generations. I've never heard of him. Like we're every 10 years. Right? Well, but I don't know him. We're a brother I've never met. And so I'd love if we could pull together in terms of our expertises and different groups and not just be random people on WhatsApp that I don't know, but actually have real face-to-face meetings, Zoom, and get together and work together because, like, look at this. This is just amazing. So, yeshua to you guys. Group for group. With no need for an introduction, on the spot.
Distinguished rabbis, and the camera is behind the pole somewhere, but okay, I was not expecting to speak, but I'm using it for the video. Okay. My name's Avram Menachem Kenner. I was not that long ago, but long enough. And it is really amazing to see a full house, Baruch Hashem. And I definitely agree with you. We should do more and be more intentional about it. So just, I guess, the Kitzer, it's definitely been a journey for me. Also since Tiferes, there may be others here. I know there's someone else here that learned in the yeshiva world, but I learned here for a few years and then did smicha here, and then I ended up actually doing a second smicha. I did it all over again at Yeshiva Sabam Yitzchak Elchanan in YU. And while I was there, I was also doing graduate school in social work and other related fields, and now work as a psychotherapist. I would say really my foundation, there's been a lot of talk about, formal shlichus in the Chabad house format, and then the unofficial shlichus, which is on the side. But I feel that there's also a third category, which is it's a shlichus where our profession itself is actually it's a form of shlichus, and that integration and that capacity to really bring in chassidus, the prat, and bechlal into what we're doing in the quote-unquote secular realm, and to make that a pursuit in which we can bring the ideas of chassidus and the inyanim of the Rebbe into that, especially in the realm of psychology and psychotherapy, but also many, many fields, is an exciting opportunity and a challenging one, and I really feel so much shakar satayv to my teachers and all my chaverim here, all of the brothers that I've been zeichet to learn from, and set a foundation here in Tiferes for the ongoing work as a Hashem, which will continue to bring nachas to the Rebbe.
Thank you so much. Avram Menachem called me when he came back from Eretz Yisrael. He says, Rabbi Hecht, why don't you call me? I said, you went off to Eretz Yisrael. He says, yeah, but I came back. Why don't you call me anymore? You're supposed to call me and ask me to come to yeshiva. And he came back. And now, with no need for an introduction, please, that's you. Okay.
Thank you, Rabbi. Hi, everybody. My name is Aryeh Bari Goldwasser. Just like Avram was saying, I'm also an undercover shliach. I think maybe we can make like our own kinnis for undercover shluchim. I think that would be a cool idea. Maybe we could do it here. We'll call it a Lomba Shabbaton. I think that'll be good. So right now I live in Albany, New York, and I'm a physician. I'm triple board certified, Baruch Hashem, actually in family medicine and osteopathic medicine and neuromuscular medicine, and Baruch Hashem, I actually practice in Massachusetts in the Berkshires and primarily live in Albany. I have my two oldest children with me right here, Zev and Mendel. Guys, say hi. Baruch Hashem. And actually, we're Zoicha that we get to come back to Morristown quite frequently. Actually, ironically enough, 7 years ago, after I had already left here, my parents ended up moving here for very interesting reasons. Vashkacha brought this. So we get to come visit them and sometimes come for Shabbos. Baruch Hashem. It's amazing. And I had visited Tiferes a lot for a winter program, a summer program, here and there a lot throughout my college, medical school, and then I was actually in the middle of medical school to convince my school that it would be a good idea to let me come to yeshiva as part of my medical training. You know, considered it like a dual degree program, and they kind of granted me some special status, student scholar status, they called it. And Rabbi Hecht always likes to remind me is a Talmud Chacham status, a student scholar. So anyway, Baruch Hashem, I was here a year as a bacher, and then a year in Kailul, and then I continued medical school here in Morristown Hospital for a few years. And you know, and Baruch Hashem, my time here in Tiferes, you know, I really set that foundation and framework to help me through my undercover shluchas, being a doctor for the rest of since then. You know, working through medical school with extremely challenging, trying hours and situations, and a lot of difficult situations for my family and for my children. Even, you know, as we're starting to have children, and I'm working 100 hours a week in the hospital, especially, you know, COVID started, and I was working in inner city as a resident. You know, Rabbi Ullman was on speed dial, which worked out well because he's in Australia, so I was on the night shift, so it was a good shidduch. You know, we got to know each other very well those few years, and Baruch Hashem, you know, just to say again, just to reiterate that the foundation of life that I received here really was able to help set me on the right path and the right frame of mind with also the right breitkeit, if you will, as well, to stand up to all the challenges that the medical institution has to offer. Then Baruch Hashem, we're very successful in confronting all those challenges, personally, professionally, socially, you know, whatever, and all the different situations we're in. And like Yeshua Rubin said, I also agree everyone should come back for a Shabbos and Fagrang here with Dan Hala. It's really life-changing every single time you're here, and just an amazing reminder what life is really about. So that's it.
Yashakaya. Thank you very much, Dr. Goldwasser. When he first came with his Rabbi Kivi Greenbaum. Oh, we need one more thing, a PS.
Yes, like Monty was saying as well, that was my day job, but my real job is Rabbi Wagner's Roiv Yadid for all the Tiferes Bachurim. If anyone needs anything, I have like probably 3-4 hours of the day I spend on calls I get from random people. Oh, Rabbi Wagner will give you your number. So really, feel free, you know, everyone, if anyone needs any help with anything, I'm always available.
Thank you so much. We know, of course, that the Rebbe would send people to Dr. Zelikson. Let's hope we also get miraculous cures. One of the things when Dr. Goldwasser first came to the yeshiva with Kivi Greenbaum, I had to be very apologetic because there was a very messy farbrengen, 2 rabbis dancing on the table. And the Rabbi Kivi was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And Ari's like, oh no, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And then Kivi says, tell him something. I'm like, do you put on film? He's like, I'm like, do you have film? He's like, So I said, okay, buy film, put them on every day. And he did. With no need for an introduction. One of the first Bachurim that I met and remember forever, but as a very active chassid with who needs no introduction.
wasn't sure if you'd find me over here. Okay. That's good. I was in Vermont, at Chabad, Vermont, with Rabbi Yitzchak Raskin in the late 90s, and Bachurim were coming from Tiferes, groups of Bachurim, very Levitic Bachurim, and I knew that the next step was to come here. So I went to the winter, first I came to the winter program in 1999. I don't know if it was the first winter program, but it was the second winter program. So I came to the winter program, and my time in Tiferes started with what I feel is, I was sitting and reflecting on what I felt was the heart of my time in yeshiva, which is the Farbrengens. So I remember especially the first Farbrengen in room C with Rabbi Dubinsky when I landed here for the winter program, and all the vivid details from that Farbrengen, and actually from many Farbrengens, I remember vivid details from specific Nagunim that specific rabbis started, and specific Vortlach that I literally live with day in and day out. I'm not from Pittsburgh. I live in Pittsburgh, and as somebody mentioned earlier today, Rabbi Svival Bashalom at a Farbrengen said that you're born in Tiferes and you're going to die in Tiferes. In Tomchei Tamimim, I think those were his words. In Tomchei Tamimim, that your neshama was picked, and this is your place. So I'm from Tiferes, and I really mean that. I owe my life to Lanhala, especially to my mashvia of since, I guess, 1999, to Rabbi Brafman. I wasn't going to single you out, but I literally changing my life and patience with all the questions and the suffering through all my trying to figure out if, Torah is true and all those years. So anyway, and I'm not in touch with Rabbi Brafman as often as I probably should be, but as he said to me once so wisely, that you carry me with you, and so it's a good excuse when I don't call him, I just say that he's with me. So anyway, I live in Pittsburgh, and I'm very grateful for my shlichus there. It's a very special shlichus. I run Sohar Seminary. Yeah, I've been on a journey of sorts as a career-long educator and musician and chassid, or wannabe chassid. But I have I'm a shliach. I run the seminary. It's the only seminary in the world for young frum women. Most of them are from Chabad high schools, but they also come from non-Chabad high schools, and they come and they learn and create through all the arts together with the chassidus and all their learning, and they express their learning through the arts. So they write music, and they make films, and learn theater, and they learn how to write, they dance, they paint, they draw, and it's an incredible place to be in, to be around all that creative energy. It's a real spuss. And they literally connect with Hashem through all the arts. And I'll just close by saying that for me it's very personal, a personal shlichus also. As a musician, I'm a songwriter, and I've been awakened, my creativity was reawakened. I put aside a lot of, I'm not saying this to be a role model or anyway, but when I became frum, I sold probably I sold almost all my CDs. Rabbi Brafman said to hold on to a few of them, because that was so wise. Because you can't give right? If it's all or nothing, it's not healthy. So I saved those few CDs, but I actually stopped playing and writing music on the piano until COVID. And I spent half my days during COVID, when the seminary shut down, writing music, and please God, let's see, release it soon, it's Hashem. But anyway, my point is that may we each discover and rediscover what our true talents are that Hashem gives us, and the Rebbe teaches us a lot. For me, it's about making a dira and all the parts of our lives that don't seem obvious that we can bring Hashem there. For me, it's creativity and watching the students express their connection with Hashem through the arts, and for all of us, we each have different ways that we bring Hashem into our lives. So may we all be successful in utilizing everything we have, all our talents, all our strengths, to make our own dira. And we should be reunited with the Rebbe. And I very soon, Mr. Sean, I just want to close by saying again a huge Hakar Satov to the Hanhala here, who literally changed my life, and to your father, Alav Hashem, and Rabbi Herson, and you're showing good news.
Thank you so much. Very beautiful. And a man who needs no introduction, I bring to you.
I saw on the piece of paper, Yenison Israelant. My mother called me Yonatan. I now go by Yenison. I also go by, excuse me, you with the hat. I'm trying to watch the gem video. I can't see. I also go by Hatata now. Just like Ta and a hat. So, Baruch Hashem. I don't know how that would have been possible if it wasn't for Tiferes. And if it wasn't for Tiferes and Holla, and if it wasn't for Rabbi Faden and Rabbi Wagner and the Gans on Holla and all the people here, the rest of the Chevra. So I'm a Baal Gaiva. And it's been 8 years, 3 weeks, and 1 day since I started. So I came to Tiferes and started trying to work on that. I'm still working on it. Actually yesterday was like a super special day. It was fantastic. It's like the Koyach Sivan. The gematria that shall not be named in Morristown, is a very, very special day. It was the day when the Rebbe and the Rebbitzin came to elevate the world from its lowest point. Chutza, to me, is that a guy like me can have a beard and a hat and a child and a Jewish family. And I don't know how that would have been possible without you guys. And every single one of us who were all picked for something, my question that got me here, that got me on this journey, was what am I here for? But what am I needed for? Why am I here? I went to the aisle. They said you're supposed to write down what you want to know. So I just wrote 3 words, why am I here? And I've been getting this most fantastic answer. And it's all just been trying to get out of the way. I had this fantastic thing, Rabbi Hecht said to keep it short. I'm going to keep it short. Yeah, okay. So, once upon a time, I was sitting in Zal. I'd been in Tiferes for like 6 months, and it was Erev Chanukah, and someone came up to me, Mendy Horowitz. Mendy Horowitz came up to me and he said, Yonatan, I want to finish up Sheva Chamoyedim, and can we just sit down and do that? I want to do Sheva Chamoyedim for Chanukah. I just want to go over the halachas. Would you mind? Can we do that? I said, okay. And we did it, and we sat down, we went through the whole thing with Shema, Mash, the whole thing, everything, including the halachas that no one ever needs, the ones at the end. And then I was on my way out, and Rabbi, he used to go by, back in the day it was Aaron Hanan, Rabbi Archie. I saw him right? Are we back to Aaron Hanan? No, it's Rabbi Archie. Rabbi Ari, okay? Rabbi Ari said, hey, take one of these things. So what that is, it's a Mitzvayim Menorah. You might need it. So I'm there with my luggage and Sal. He gives me this Mitzvayim Menorah. So, okay, sure, cool. And I get off the plane. I land in Israel to see my mother. She greets me at the airport, and she says, I'm sorry, I have bad news. Your cousin passed away, so we're going to go straight to the kibbutz. And that's where we're going to do the first night of Hanukkah. So I went to the kibbutz, and I get there, and Nachem Avel, and I sit down and say, like, by the way, would you mind? Could I say some Mishnayos? I say some Mishnayos. Like, wow, it just really moves my cousin. And I say, I noticed that there isn't a menorah here. And she starts crying her eyes out, and she says, I know, every time I look at the windowsill, I notice there's no menorah. It's weird. It's Hanukkah. Every time I know it's Hanukkah, and I'm looking, there's no menorah. But the rabbi told me that I'm not allowed to light. And I say, but did you know that someone else can be mizakek you and light in the base of Ophel? It said in the back of the book, in the last section of the halacha, you can just say whoever needs that, right? But so here, she was so happy. She was so happy. And here's this woman who's lost a parent, and Hashem was so concerned that she went and put in the heart of one bacher to learn with me, and in the heart of another bacher to say, why don't you take him at time? And that's the story. That's the story. That's where it's at. That's where it's at. Just stay tuned in. Ask why you're here, and take the opportunity.
Dr. Kayaf Gadol, very beautiful. And now for a surprise, a little different type of talk, who needs no introduction because is known really around the world.
Thank you. Eliezer Gold, and I was here in 1984. Can you hear me? So I want to thank the Hanhala, the spirit of Morristown continues, is going only higher and higher. And it was really amazing. And they're open to new things, new programs. And I got to tell you, when I met my shliach in California, I had my own business. I was 27 years old. I had a master's degree. I taught at university. And I grew up Reform in Boston, Massachusetts. I think somebody was from Boston here. And the shliach said to me, do you know about Judaism? I said, Rabbi, I was bar mitzvah, president of Reform Rabbis of America. I went to Sunday school for 12 years. Report cards, papers, tests. Of course I know about Judaism. And he says, how often do you put out tefillin? And I look at the shliach and say, Rabbi, what's tefillin? Can you imagine that? He wrote 3 books on Judaism. And never heard tefillin. Never saw a pair of tefillin. So then I went to 770. I was told to come to 770. And I come there in the middle of Hakafas, Simchas Torah, Tavshin Mem Daled. In the middle of Hakafas from JFK with my suitcases. I come in the driveway in the back, and I put my suitcases down there, and people are looking at me with my suitcases, and the place is on wheels. People are all lined up on the ceilings, dancing and singing, yeah, yeah, yeah. Everything's going crazy, you know? And I look at this, and you have to understand, my temple, quote unquote, has 700 seats. And they're all plush, like theater seats. And when you go there, the only time it's ever filled, and it's totally filled, is Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And when you go there with 700 people, there's not a word. You don't hear a word. Except the rabbi says, everybody please stand up. Page 392, everybody stand up and let's repeat after me. And then you can sit down, up and down the whole night, whole day, I mean. And so that's my experience. So I come in, the 770, all of a sudden I see a chassid being passed down from shoulder to shoulder, a sprawled out shikar on shoulder tops, all the way from the ceiling where the bleachers were. Everybody knows the bleachers were. And coming down, and I look and I tap on a guy's head. I said, excuse me, is this a synagogue? I truly thought I was in a basketball stadium. And then, and the scene quite honestly I didn't jive with the scene right away, because I was here. I was in my tie, my suit. I just came from, and I'm doing business, and I'm there, and I'm standing inside this. It's totally different. And then all of a sudden I stand there, I'm looking all the way Mizrach, and I see everybody starting to separate and pull aside. And now there's really dancing and singing. And I'm singing there, I'm standing there right in the way, and I see somebody walking right towards me, all the way down at the other side of 770. And he's walking right towards me, and where the screen is about there, I see, and he's right in front of me, it's the Lubavitcher Rebbe. And he's looking right at me, and I'm looking right at him. And literally my mouth dropped. I was 27, I've met a lot of people in my life until then. I never saw anybody like the Rebbe, period. My initial reaction was, I'm seeing Moses. I'm literally seeing Moshe Rabbeinu. He looked like somebody that's from a different era, like he just came down from the time of the prophets. I felt like I was looking at a prophet. I couldn't believe it. The Rebbe looked unlike anybody I've ever seen in my life. And I'm just standing there, I'm fixated. He's looking at me. I would like to say he was smiling at me, but he wasn't. He was just, he had a sitter, and he's looking right at me. He's walking right at me. And I don't know, I've been there for about 10 minutes, 8 minutes. And all of a sudden, I didn't realize I'm blocking the Rebbe. I'm right in the pathway to the Rebbe. He's got to go upstairs to his office. And all of a sudden, I get grabbed by these two Bachurim. They grab me, and they throw me, not push me. They throw me on shoulders. You guys know in your generation it's called, I think, crowd surfing. They throw me over these shoulders. I'm sprawled out, all on shoulders. I would have fallen right on the floor, except on everybody's shoulders. And I'm seeing it. All of a sudden, I see the Rebbe walk right by me. And I said to myself, I don't know about this scene here, but this person, this rabbi, I have to learn from. He's unbelievable, amazing. And so thank God, the Rebbe brought me in. And I spent the last 40 years trying to pay it forward. I've been bringing a lot of kids back to Tiferes. It's an amazing yeshiva. The last 5 years, I brought 80 kids to yeshivas. I brought 80. Both women, young ladies and men, Machon Chaliadis and Crown Heights and Mayanot in Israel and Tiferes, Derech Tamimim in Sfas. And so it's really amazing. I'm doing a new program here this summer. It's called Chabad Summer Fellowship. I'm bringing 20 kids, and we will get up to 20, Rabbi. We're not 17. I got 3 this week. They gave me 20 spots. And they're amazing. Hanal is unbelievable. Rabbi Herson, I came up to him and said, Rabbi Herson, he says, you got it. We're going to do it. Go ahead. My father was always out into expanding Tiferes, doing anything, new programming, and growing. And I think Rabbi Heck's been amazing to work with. So anybody, the last thing I wanted to say to anybody is that we're going to start a new program here, God willing, in partnership with Tiferes called Chabad BA. It's a new program we're launching. It's a 3-year program, fully accredited BA degree. Tiferes is the only Bachurim yeshiva in Chabad that has a fully accredited BA. Let's hear that. It's very special. It's amazing. And school is over. I don't know where he is. To do that, to be accredited, is a hard job, and it's amazing. So anybody, I want to just finalize that anybody wants, and the interesting, important thing there is that it's going to be a career track at night and internships to develop. Because today you need to give them some gashmis. So any of you guys have anybody? We're filled for this summer. We're oversubscribed. But if anybody has any students that they want to come, reach out to me, Eliezer Gold. Rabbi Hecht has my number, or Rabbi Wagner, and we'll join them into our program. It's going to be, I think, a revolutionary program. And thanks to Hamhala here.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Gold, like no other. He always quotes the Rebbe as "Ker Avel Time." I said, can't I sleep a little more? Okay, and now, with no further ado, we'd like to ask our very dear alumnus, Rabbi Ari Weindrup, to speak about the impact of Tiferes. Rabbi Ari.
For those of you confused, I was Aaron Hanan when I was here. Okay.
Tell me, where do you want the rabbi to stand? Is this good? By the podium. Keep up the podium.
Sure. And Ari Lev Goldwasser came same time I did, and we were introducing ourselves, and I was so excited to start going by my Jewish name. I was going to go by Ari, and he goes right before me, my name is Ari. I'll go by my full name, Aaron Hanan. Now he goes by Ari Leib, and I go by Ari, and that's it. Okay, so Tayer Brider. I remember, I think it was the first Gimel Tammuz alumni Shabbos, when I was a Bacher in Yeshiva, and everyone's coming in, and there's such an energy in the room, and before Kabbalah Shabbos, Rabbi Gavinsky goes up to the bima, and just, welcome back, Kinderlach, like, welcome, children, and everyone just broke out in dancing, and it was so, I was like, that's it, we're family, these are our parents, and that's it. So it's very cool to be back in this gorgeous upgraded Tiferes. And I was asked to share my story. My story shows that every touch point matters, that connecting to the Rebbe has miraculous results, and that we will be forever unpacking the greatest gift of our lives of walking into Tiferes. I'm from Iowa. My parents were traditional members at a conservative center. They very, very much wanted to raise a Jewish family, and they just didn't have any clue how to go about that and didn't have any infrastructure. So the Rebbe sent many opportunities, many shluchim. The Jacobsons in Des Moines started with a statewide Jewish magazine, and there was a family in Postville, Iowa, this was in the earlier 90s, that took out an ad. We want you to be our Shabbos guests. Okay, so my parents decided they'll go, and through that ended up meeting Shalom Mordechai Rabashkin's family and became family friends and saw the warmth of a Jewish home and of Jewish children and welcoming guests, and it was just so, so beautiful. And I have cousins who lived in Virginia, and over there, where I lived, there wasn't big enough to have a summer camp, Gan Yisrael. But over there, they had Camp Gan Izzy in Fairfax, Virginia, with the Deutsches and Rabbi Adler, and I would go there for the summer, and I still remember like just the excitement of being Jewish and the beauty of that over there. And then when I was maybe 6, Shluchim moved to an hour away from me at the University of Iowa, the Losovskis, and they used to drive an hour each way every week to come and do Hebrew school lessons for me and my brother. And then when I was 9, the Kedaners moved to where I lived in Quad Cities. And they stubbornly brought the Rebbe's Kaiches, accomplishing the impossible over there. Like when I was a kid, I remember there was the entire high holidays, we had 9 for the minyan. From Rosh Hashanah, whole Yom Kippur, everything. By Ne'ilah, it was in a hotel, the 10th man walks in eating a cookie from the lobby. And now, just past this past Shavuos, they had 70 people in their $3 million building. They just finished the mikvah. The Rebbe's kaiches are amazing. And then I went, Baruch Hashem, when I was young, I went to Camp Lamanachai, and I remember the learning classes over there. Camp Lamanachai is the best. And I was so excited when I became a Bachar in Yeshiva and we went to the oil that they had the cookies from Camp Lamanachai at the oil. It was the best. And then after my sophomore year of high school, I got a call that there's this camp, C-Teen Extreme, Chabad camp, and it's for public school students out west, extreme activities and whitewater rafting, rappelling, and I was very into all that stuff. This is perfect. I had no clue who were going to be the other campers, but I knew from Manachai, I like Chabad counselors, it's fun. So I went. I had the most amazing counselors in the world. One of them today is my boss on Shlichus, who brought me up. So that's really cool. And that's when I personally decided to buy in on my Yiddishkeit. Because I had had a lot of very nice experiences until then, but it was like another thing. We were at CT and I decided, that's it, I'm buying in. I decided I need to go to yeshiva. So after finishing public high school in Iowa, yeshiva was on my mind, and I had to figure out where I'm going. And of course, everything I have and know is only from Chabad. So naturally, I applied to and was accepted at a Litvish yeshiva. And because I knew I wanted to go to yeshiva to learn Torah, because I needed to have the material with which to raise a Jewish family. My parents wanted it so much, and they didn't know how. And now I knew that I need to learn in order to be able to give that to my children, Yirtzeh Hashem. And somehow I heard, I don't know from where or what, but that in Chabad it's all very nice, but they don't learn Gemara. So I had to go to a yeshiva that taught Torah. And so I was accepted to this other place, and I had even a phone call with the Rosh Yeshiva. He said, yeah, Chabad's very good. You know, we actually learn Chassidus 15 minutes once a week, but you're never going to learn Gemara over there. So, and the whole time I was updating my shliach back home about the developments, and he was being very diplomatic, you know, understanding it's my decision, but, you know, I couldn't imagine. Now I could try to imagine how much heartache he had over this. And he told me, I only found out years later, that he wrote into the Rebbe about this, and the answer he got was a letter full of the milas of being a tamim and tamchei tamimim. And as I was sitting downstairs on the couch on my laptop, officially confirming that I'm going to this other place and then let's do paperwork, suddenly a few thoughts came to my mind. One was, one second, I owe my entire Judaism to the Rebbe. The Rebbe is the only one who sent shluchim to the middle of nowhere, Iowa, and all these different avenues to make sure that I should be Jewish and involved. It just feels off. And number two, I know they show the gem videos, at Chabad, and like the Rebbe can't say a half a sentence without quoting the entire Torah from everywhere. Like the Rebbe's yeshivas, they don't teach Torah. That didn't really make sense. And then the final kicker was the shluchim are the coolest people I know in my entire life, and I want to be like them. And how could I accomplish that going out of the Rebbe's, institutions? So, like that, I changed my mind, and I came to Tiferes for a gap year after high school. Yeah. Anyway, so 6 years later, having been through every shir in Tiferes, and I just came and I fell in love and I needed to stay. And my journey in learning from Rabbi Brachman, my intro to Torah Sheba'al Peh and Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can't go wrong following Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, still lives with me, and to navigate the back and forth of Samech Vav, and that you can say a lot of L'chaim on a little bit of Mashke. And Rabbi Wagner, who taught me that to lovingly do a Yid, a Taiva Begashmias, and he accelerated and he challenged me to follow all the shitas in developing a sugya and then be blown away when you get to the Rebbe's Nigla Sicha. And Rabbi Faden, focus and consistency that are muscles. He's not here now, but my chavrusa from Rabbi Faden, Shir, Yeshua Herzfeld, and I, we had a probably well-known issue of we couldn't focus for more than 5 minutes doing chazara. And after some encouragement from Rabbi Faden, we decided the hachlata is 5 minutes, not looking up. We're going to keep our fingers inside. We grew that to 6. We grew that, and within a couple of months, we were doing 2 hours of chazaras straight, and we probably went through Makkos and Sukkah like 8 times that year. It was amazing, and I remember being so inspired when Rabbi Faden shared with us at one Farbringen that he in the 90s had a $300,000 expense account. Just for sushis and hotels in Japan, that he left to come learn in yeshiva, and I was so amazed. L'chaim. And Rabbi Dubinsky taught me that I was a big know-it-all. I still am, but it's getting better. Rabbi Dubinsky taught me that if somebody else doesn't understand what I'm saying, that's my fault, which is a big move. And he taught me the best tool that I have for engaging immersive classes that I still use with my college students. When somebody asks a question, you just redirect it to the whole class. Yeshua asked the question, and then they have to pay attention and it becomes alive and gets involved. And Rabbi Dubinsky taught me that learning only begins after you already have all the information. Once you know all the stuff, now you can think about it, you can form an opinion, you can, And more recently, Baruch Hashem, Dan Halla is still my family and support and my parents, and he's been teaching me that in life, Shalom Bayis is the biggest priority, period, and that can never rely fully on myself and always need to get guidance and advice about raising children. Rabbi Hech, who advised me with fatherly care, there were Binyamin Rechavel, also not here, maybe he's on the video, but he would fundraise during the Kinnis HaShluchim for tefillin from the Tiferes Fund, help boys get tefillin, other Bachurim, and I thought that was really cool. And I decided to do it after him and improve on his methods. He would go door to door, and I thought, you gotta go to where the people are. So I'd stand in the Kinnis HaShluchim in front of Mikveh Meir from like 5 in the morning, fundraising from all of the shluchim money for our tefillin, and we raised a good few $1,000s and got a lot of tefillin. After a couple of years of this, though, I mentioned it to Rabbi Hecht, and he said, no. If you were my son, I would tell you, stop that and go bring with the shluchim. And so I did. So that fatherly care and teaching with energy, guaranteed that has its effect. So Tiferes as a whole pushed me to grow, to write ha'aras, to go ahead and do smicha with Rabbi Levin and Rabbi Shapiro, to go ahead and do Fight 11's base medrash for advanced contemporary halacha, which Rabbi Wagner paid for from the Tiferes Student Fund, which Baruch Hashem was able to repay, and very, very important plug. sign up for a monthly donation, Tiferes Student Fund Zefi, and Amitai will get you the link, but keep this amazing stuff going. And Begashmi is taking care of me. Rabbi Wagner was my shadchan, and Rabbi Faden helped so much. And from money to clothes to figuring out Bein Hazmanim plans to special touches like fun trips and fancy Habayis, and look at this stuff. And to occasionally bring a wind of fresh energy and support after I got married, and now as a shliach, and they're still continuing accommodating tailor-made Shabbatons when I bring students to these same doors and to let the magic happen. So lots of shluchim uplifted my family. Baruch Hashem, my entire family, I'm one of 6 siblings, Kinanara, and all of us became frum, which is crazy. And that shows that every touch point matters, and each one of us has our own sphere of influences to be a lamplighter and to bring the Rebbe's vision to life in our own unique and precious way with the people with whom we interact. And my parents actually were by the Rebbe for dollars before I was born, and miracles follow. I attribute everything to that. And so in our own sphere of influences, make sure, do whatever we can to bring people to the Rebbe. And we have to continue to grow more and more connected ourselves. And all of my siblings have a very special and warm relationships with the Rebbe, but I uniquely had the special gift of hiskashrus, of the tools and thrill of limud Torah, of being a shliach, the special gift that only time marinating in Taimchei Tamimim here in Tiferes gives. So sign up for the Tiferes Fund and keep unpacking the biggest gift of our lives, and let's continue this Febring with the Rebbe and the Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi. And I owe my life to Danala and to Tiferes, and thank you so much. And yeah, Chaim, everyone, this is so special.
We have a special video presentation from alumni around the world. Our tech experts, we ask them to please begin it ASAP. Thank you.
Hold the Yiddishkeit.
Should I go to yeshiva? I don't know.
Certainly.
What?
Every Jewish boy must go to yeshiva, at least for 1 or 2 years.
Okay.
God Almighty bless you.
Okay, go through, please. Go through, please.
Hello, my name is Beryl Bell from Montreal, Canada, and the beginning of my yeshiva learning was in Tiferes Bachurim in Morristown, and that gave me the Yeseides for all the foundations, for all the learning that I did later on, and learning Nigle with the Fitzi Lipsker Olav Hashalom, Rabbi Vichten Olav Hashalom, and of course the Manayel, Rabbi Herson Olav Hashalom, who opened the doors to the yeshiva that I was able to learn there, and Rabbi Avrem Lipsker, so sein gesund und stark, and you say this of Aveda, he took the trouble to get the Shiurim B'Sefer Tanya before it was printed, and gave us all the Shiurim and Tanya from there, and of course all my Chavedim that I learned with, and many of them I've kept up with through the years. It's in any case a tremendous learning opportunity, and a tremendous merit, a big schus for everyone who's mishtatif, and any expansion, as I understand they've done now, is a tremendous step in Afatzas Hayadus and Afatzas HaMayonis, and should be Batzlacha Rabbim Muflaga, and we should usher in immediately, take of Miyad Mamish, the Gili from Mashiach Tzidkenu. Batzlacha Rabbim Muflaga.
Mazel tov, l'chaim, Mazel tov, Morristown. My name's Avraham Denisov. I learned in Morristown many years ago. I believe I started in 2004. I went to Kollel. It was the best years of my life. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for all the rabbis, for all the Anala, who put so much effort, put so much of the personal koiches and time into each and every one of the Bachurim, myself included. Currently, I'm a shliach in Moscow, Russia. I work in Mesivta, plus I work with Jewish teens from all over former Soviet Union. And it's really amazing that the light from Morristown doesn't just stay in Morristown. It shines all over the world, even to such far places as Russia. So once again, thank you so much to everybody in Morristown. Keep lighting those neshamas. And like Rabbi Wagner always says, Morristown will definitely be in the forefront, greeting Mashiach and coming to Yerushalayim right away. L'chaim, to many more years. And thank you.
This is Nissen Goldman from Cape Town, South Africa, and a huge mazel tov to Tiferes, which holds a very dear place in my heart. I was there for 2 years, one as a bachelor, one as a young married man. And I look back at my time in Tiferes almost like a time of being in the womb, like Gan Eden. You know, thank God we just had our 5th child, a baby girl, last week. And, you know, the womb is a place where everything you need is taken care of. Besides for the fact that the baby's learning Torah in the womb, everything's taken care of. You have your gashmis, you have a beautiful place to sleep, and you have delicious meals 3 times a day. And I just felt pampered in every which way, materially and spiritually, with the guidance of the rabbis and a buffet of rabbis, variety to suit your style. It was really a time in the womb preparing to go into, before you went into the world. It was a time where I can just focus on my learning. And that's really, at that stage in my life, what I was most interested in. Sometimes now too. But thank God it prepared me well for, you know, we are in Shlichus at the University of Cape Town. We run the Chabad House on campus. And Baruch Hashem, just this past year, I had the great merit of sending one of my students there for a brief time. And to this day, he raves about it. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy I had that experience. And I'm very grateful to you all there. And thank you to everyone who made this milestone possible. Mazel tov.
Shalom Aleichem, esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbanim, Mashpim, Shluchim, Tmimim, and fellow alumni. Shammai Gosling here, live from Tzfas Ir HaKodesh. Mazal tov on the expansion of the yeshiva. It should be bekamus u'beichus in Talmidim and Mudat Torah b'Yireh Shamayim, and all of the blessings b'shafa b'ezrat Hashem. We are zechet to be here in Shlichus and Tzfas in many peulos as a mashpia in Yeshiva Tmimim Derech, the English-speaking Baal Tshuva program in northern Israel, as well as a teacher in seminary Charamushka, and as a malamed Tinukis Shal Beis Rabban, and as well we were zechet to establish Camp Gan Yisrael Tzfas for the English-speaking Kindlech here in the city, Baruch Hashem. What I can say is that the Yesod, the point of reference I have, and all the Yashpa I was blessed with, is all from the nearly 4 years I had in Tiferes, and from the incredible Hanhala, the team that you guys have. It's mamish develops with time. You only realize later on in life that every shir, every experiences, every talk with a mashpia, every farbrengen is a seed that later on blossoms in your life and has incredible ripple effect in all of us. I see it in the children and in the students. It's mamish channeling what I received as seeds of blessing and wisdom that develops in incredible trees and fruits, and to create a beautiful gan, a beautiful garden of incredible blessing. I'm super grateful for my years in Tiferes and each one of the rabbis and the friends, the Talmidim, that were the most incredible source of blessing, the Yesod of our lives. So Baruch Hashem, Ashreinu Matachelkeinu, it should be Yagdil Torah v'Yaidir, and the Hamidu Talmidim, Harbe Talmidim Ad Bias Mashiach Tzidkenu, v'Ad Bichlal. See you all in Eretz Yisrael very soon, Be'ezrat Hashem.
Hi, my name is Danny Avalov, and I was Zoichet to be a student at Tiferes Bachurim from 2014 to 2016. An incredible, transformative 2 years of my life. I came there not even knowing the Aleph base, just finishing college at Arizona State University, and left with so much knowledge, so much guidance, so much purpose, and a feeling of being a shliach wherever I was meant to go. Over the last 3 years, I worked as a shliach at Arizona State University, shliach on campus, and also I work full-time as a primary care physician, both in Arizona, and I get to be a shliach in the place that I was a student. It's all from the koyach and from the knowledge gained from the experiences that I gained throughout those 2 years in Tiferes. I want to wish everyone at Tiferes bracha v'atzlacha, brachas begolei begashmis beruchnias. Such an amazing mazel tov for the new Zal and for all of the amazing things that you guys are working on. It was a pleasure to partner with you guys in our Chabad on campus Yeshiva Shabbaton last semester. I look forward to doing so much more with the yeshiva that gave me so much, and I wish you guys nothing but the most revealed and powerful brachas. And of course, the biggest bracha of Mashiach now.
Torah tziva lanu Moshe, Morasha Kihilat Yaakov. Look at the beautiful future of Jewish pride, the future of the Jewish people right here in the Silicon Valley. Over 100 children saying the Shema Yisrael, saying Torah tziva lanu. This is what it's all about. It's about Jewish education. And I want to say that, thank God, I have the opportunity of running an after-school program with over 40 children every day being picked up from public schools. Over 100 kids in our daily in our summer camp. Thank God, a daily preschool. Over 100 young adults joining us once a month for a Shabbat dinner, with over 15 marriages made in our Chabad house. And this is without a doubt all thanks to the incredible Rabbinical College of America, Tiferes Bachurim, which I had the opportunity to spend the formative years of my marriage with my wife, building a strong foundation of how to live as a Jewish leader. So I want to thank all of the supporters and all of the Hanhala and all of the rabbis for making this possible. For someone like me, boy from Miami Beach, Florida, to become spiritually hungry and spiritually fulfilled and satisfied with the Rebbe Shlichus that has been entrusted to me. And again, all the skills that I have, everything that I was taught, was thanks to the incredible Rabbinical College of America. So thank you. We appreciate everything that you guys do. And may this momentous and joyous occasion be just the beginning of something much, much greater. We're excited to bring people from our community, from the middle of the Silicon Valley, the highest tech, Apple, Facebook, Google. We're going to be joining you because the real tech, the future of everything is not in AI, it's not in data centers, it's in Morristown, New Jersey. Thank you very much. Rabbi Yigal Rosenberg, Chabad of Silicon Valley, Santa Clara.
Hi, my name is Yeshua Bedrick. I'm a Tiferes Bachurim alum, class of 2010, and I'm currently a senior research fellow at a Washington, D.C. based public policy research and advocacy organization where I spend most of my time working to enact and expand school choice policies all over the country to help you afford yeshiva tuition for your children. I wanted to wish everyone at Tiferes a hearty mazel tov on the expansion and renovation, and a yasher koyach to the Anhala and the dedicated staff that made it possible. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but from the pictures, it looks absolutely gorgeous. And just make sure not to lose all the Hamishkeit in all that Gashmias. So I wish you atzlacha in all your future endeavors, and may you go from strength to strength.
Mazel tov Tiferes on this wonderful occasion. Mazel tov to the Rabbanim, to the staff, to the Bachurim, to alumni, to supporters. Tiferes is a mayan, it's a wellspring. And may this new chapter make this wellspring even deeper, bring out the waters from a deeper source, and broaden the wellspring as well to be chutza, to be outside. It's from this wellspring of Tiferes that myself, together with my wife, we began our life, our journey, and it's from its waters that we continue to drink today. We are zoichet to be shluchim here in Toronto, Ontario, at the Chabad Israeli Center, where we deal mainly with youth programs. I'm a pharmacist, and we incorporate that into our shlichus as well. And everything that we do, from the gashmias to the ruchnias, from medications to giving shiurim to making pu'ulos, everything is influenced with the mayan, with the waters of Tiferes, the Chasidis, the Nigla, the Hashpa, the Mashpim. that set us off for the life in the right direction, in the direction towards the coming of Mashiach Tzidkenu, to bring Mashiach with the energy and with the pure waters that we had in Tiferes that continue with us today here in Toronto. Mazel Tov to everyone, and Mashiach now.
Hi, Shalom Aleichem. My name is Rabbi Avraham Granite, and I am an alumnus of Tiferes from around 2001. Came to Koil. I was zeichet to learn under the beautiful tutelage of the wonderful Hanhala. The Rosh Koil, of course, at that time was Rabbi Moshe Miller, Oliver Sholem. And of course, we had also my other teachers over there, Rabbi Dubinsky and Rabbi Dick and Rabbi Brufman, Rabbi Greenberg. And also, I remember when that was the year that Baruch Hecht, Rabbi Baruch Hecht, was a Bacher Shliach, and he was very cute back then. Since then, I've been zeichet to go on Shlichus. Right now, I'm on Shlichus in Coral Springs, Florida. I'm a teacher, full-time teacher, and also I have a few other jobs. I'm a mile, a sheichet, I build Erevin, shatnez testing. I'm sure there are a couple of other things I've forgotten about. Baruch Hashem, I'm zeichet to also have a beautiful family of many of Baruch Hashem children, and Kanai Nahar grandchildren already. Tiferes, well, I came there as a whacked up Baal Teshuva, as I'm sure most of you young, wonderful people have done, and came up with a perspective on life and a way of serving Hashem. The beauty of Tiferes is how each person is catered to exactly who they are and what they need. The greatest thing that I've had since then, well, I'm not the greatest, but one of the greatest, is when I've come back to Fabreng, in the Zal, in that classroom, the dingy classroom with the whiteboard and whatever it is, and have a beautiful Fabring with the new generation of whacked out Bali Tshuva. Because we are the future, we are the ones who continue to fulfill the Rebbe's wishes, and it's all due to the fantasticness of Yeshivas Tiferes Bachurim. Mirz Hashem, you should be going to Chayil Chayil, and now you've gone to Upper Madrega, and Mirz Hashem, everything should, the Rebbe's brachas should continue, and as Hashem, we'll get together when Mashiach comes, and we'll have a big Fabrengen over there. Sei gesund.
Hi everyone, Rabbi Pinchas Taylor here, Shliach in South Florida, and Director of the American Faith Coalition. It was really my intention to be there in person with all of you. God apparently had other plans, but here we are. So I just first of all want to wish you Mazel Tov on this amazing achievement. This new building, I'm sure, is going to be used for incredible Torah study. I remember being there, in 2002. I came to Morristown, stayed there till 2006, was away for a bit, and then came back to live on Tikva Way. But I've been away for 18 years or so, but it feels like there's a place that always stays with you. And I really just enjoyed the time from everything from top to bottom, the whole gamut, from the great teachers that I had over the years to the great friends, many of which I'm still in touch with, and to even just the aesthetics of the place. It's a beautiful place to learn, fully in nature, and I loved my entire time there. And always warms my heart to see new activities, new buildings, new students rolling in. Anytime I see pictures come up, I always get very happy and very excited. So I want to wish everyone tremendous success. These are the years really to treasure, I have to say. So take them with you. Utilize all the moments that you can in whatever way that you can, because you will carry them with you for the rest of your life. Thanks so much.
Mazel tov, mazel tov. Amazing to hear about the new facility. I'm sure that it's going to be a tremendous benefit to the Bachurim there now, as well as future generations of Talmidim that will be educated in ways of the Rebbe, to be inspired by Torah and Chassidus. So 25 years ago, I first sat down in Tiferes, not knowing the first thing about what I was supposed to do, and remember sitting across from Chaim David, who taught me what an aleph looks like, and then he taught me what a base looks like. And I continued to get all the foundations that I needed in Tiferes to be able to continue through the rest of pretty much every aspect of my life. My name is Simcha Cantor, and today I live in Chicago with my family, In addition to being a business owner, which I got direct guidance from the Rebbe on, I'm also the author of the Simply Chassidus series, translated more than 50 of the Rebbe's Maimarim into English, and it's come out, it's available online, as well as a series of Svarim that are coming out through Kahas. The first one has been released already, and Mirat Hashem hope to release more in the very near future. So Tiferes really gave me the foundation for everything that I do in life, whether it's how I direct myself on an everyday basis, how I approach learning, the foundations for my family and how I educate and guide my children, how I approach the business world and how I learn. All of those came from Tiferes, whether it was the Bachurim that sat down with me when I got there and took the time with me, took the time to go on walks and really give me the attention and answer my questions to get me set up on the right foot in yeshiva, or whether it was the Hanhala that I'm still in touch with today that has provided me with absolutely irreplaceable guidance that I cannot imagine where I would be without. Tiferes had an enormous impact on basically every area of my life. My initial plan was to go into Shlichus, and together with the guidance of my mashpia in Tiferes and a direct bracha from the Rebbe, I ended up in the business world. And the guidance that I've received and everything that I learned and the inspiration that I take from my time in yeshiva has enabled me to really take a unique approach, I think, to the business world and being a chassid in business. And I can't look at a single area in my life today that wasn't affected by my time in yeshiva. I'm so excited for all of you who are in yeshiva right now. I'm so excited for everyone that's going to benefit from this new facility, and for everyone that's ever going to have the chance to set foot in Tamchei Tamimim, that I hope that at least as much as I was inspired by my time in yeshiva, you will be also, and the new Gashmias should only enhance that experience and provide a great experience both Begashmias and Beruchnias to set everyone up on the right foot for the rest of their life to complete our mission of bringing Mashiach immediately.
Shalom, my name is Menachem. I grew up in Russia and knew almost nothing about Judaism. In 2021, I met a Chabad Shliach on my first day in the US, and I ended up in Tiferes Bachurim. For the first time, I was immersed in a religious Jewish environment, studying books and observing mitzvot. It changed my life. Eventually, I moved to Israel, and for the past 3 years, I have been studying in yeshivot here in Jerusalem. Thank you, Tiferes Bachurim. Thank you, rabbis, and congratulations.